SB 110. And welcome up Tricia Melillo.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Tricia Melillo. I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 110 for Senator Lang. This bill was amended by the Senate, and the Department of Environmental Services is here to answer any questions you may have. But it was amended, and the department worked on the language with Senator Lang. It establishes fees for applications for terrain alteration and requires the department to adopt rules to establish a permit by notification for certain projects. And it has changed from the original. In the original bill, it was for reviews. Now it's for applications, and also the fees have changed somewhat. But again, the department, Mr. Trowbridge, is here to answer any questions.
Thank you. So we should refer to him, would not?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Questions from members? Well, she indicated that Mr. Trowbridge. Right. So if we have questions, it looks like Mr. Trowbridge might be the one to.
Oh, no, it's Matt Baker.
I'm sorry, what?
Did you fill out a red, pink, orange, whatever color that is?
Pink. He can fill it out later. Yeah.
Good morning, Chairman and committee members. My name is Matt Mayberry. I'm the CEO of the New Hampshire Home Builders Association, and thank you for your time this morning. We're in strong support of SB 110. We worked with DES, with Senator Lang, to create a public-private partnership that benefits all of us. This has no impact on local control. This does not usurp any planning board, any zoning board. This is builders with the state. And what we do is that in doing an application, if a developer wishes to do almost a fast track or a quicker review of their application, they would pay for it. We're not asking the taxpayers for any money at all. The builder will pay for that, and it's optional. What we're also doing is taking what was a three-step process down to one. If you're a developer and you want to bring forward your plat and your ideas, the first stop would be at the Department of Natural Heritage Bureau at the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources. They check for plants. That gets checked off or not. Then it goes to Fish and Game, and they check for animals and reptiles. That gets checked off. Then it goes to DES. They review the entire process, but add in stormwater drainage and other items. What the language in this bill does is that it takes the first two stops, rolls it all into DES. So you have one point of contact, one-stop shopping, and you can get all your permitting done there because, as you folks know, especially in our small building window, time is money. And the things that we can do to condense this by keeping safety priority number one, we can move this forward faster, more efficiently, and the builders will pay for that. So please consider this. It's what we all talk about, on the trail of public-private partnerships, and this is a great example, and DES has been amazing through this process.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Mayberry? Yes, Representative Ohm.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayberry, for coming before us. So my understanding is that this policy on the bill has been reviewed by the Resource and Recreation Committee. Is that correct?
I don't have that answer, sir. I'm sorry.
It's a question I have some information on. So my point is that you're here today to not debate. We're not here to debate the policy or the merits of this bill. It's only the fees associated with this policy. In the hearings, were there any controversy on the fees? Was there opposition to the amount of money that's being requested in this bill?
No, sir. We came forward, and I've said this to DES and I've said it to Mr. Trowbridge along the way. We know this is a beta test. We know this is the first time doing this. And that from the home builder perspective, as we get down the process, sir, if we find the fees need to be adjusted, we're the first ones to say yes. We know there's going to be some tweaking in there, but we got awfully close to the target. We think we're there and it covers it. But sir, I'll do sworn testimony and put it in writing. We'll go with DES and you folks on those fees to make sure they're covered if they need to be adjusted as we go.
Follow up?
So to follow up, then it's your position that the fees proposed in the Senate bill are fair and reasonable.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Elmy.
Thank you. They're not supposed to look at fees. We're supposed to look at fees. So, could you tell us how much they're being raised for this?
Yes, it would be a fee of $3,125 for that initial fee, ma'am.
And this is on top of what? I know that alteration of terrain does require fees
Yes, ma'am.
already.
And I don't have that number. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's in the bill? Mhm.
Thank you, Representative.
And could I
Yes.
have a different
Yes.
question if nobody
Sure.
else is? This one is, you are eliminating all consideration of animal habitat and rare plants.
No,
I
ma'am.
presume. No, who's doing it?
DES. Those all that would be reviewed by DES. And
They're going to check for it? Because I
ma'am.
believe this is in the law somewhere.
oh, absolutely. And part of it is, especially in the Endangered Species Act, was part of federal law. So all those reviews would be completed.
So they'll go and talk to those people.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mayberry, maybe you can help me. As I'm reading the bill, I'm a little confused. It looks to me like a reference to the to 483B9, the shoreland protection statutes, has been eliminated except for projects encompassing an area of at least 50,000 square feet, but less than 150,000 square feet. That's the only remaining reference that I can see, unless I'm missing something. Where it sets a fee of 5,000, which is below the larger area, but more than, I guess, the current fee. I'm not sure, and there doesn't seem to be anything clear in the bill. So I guess my concern is that obviously, if you're going to disturb terrain in an area that potentially has an impact on a water supply or a water body, there are going to be potentially additional costs to communities and to the state. And I'm just wondering, am I reading this correctly? Is there some other provision that I'm missing, or is that the only reference to 483B?
Thank you, Representative. And if at the chair's discretion, and I'd like to bring forward, Phil Trowbridge, you can probably answer that a whole lot better than I can, because if that's acceptable.
I'd be happy to hear from anybody who can answer the question.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll, he is.
Yep.
Yes, why don't we have you come up, Mr. Trowbridge?
Chairman, would you like me to remain, or should I go back to my seat?
You can remain, I think, because there may be more questions.
Morning, Mr. Chairman,
morning.
and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Philip Trowbridge. I'm the manager of Land Resources Management at New Hampshire DES. That program encompasses all of the permitting that's done for land development. So we do alteration of terrain, which is what we're talking about today. We also do wetlands permitting. We also do shoreland permitting and subsurface permitting, which are septic systems and subdivisions. So I think to answer Representative Opal's question directly, this does not limit the reviews needed for shoreland. It's just the wording is a little confusing. Above 150,000 square feet, it would just be a typical AOT application, whether or not it's shoreland's involved. So it's not, this doesn't limit the reviews that we do for shoreland. It doesn't actually change anything regarding our reviews for alteration of terrain projects that are near a protected water body.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Follow up.
So, Mr. Trowbridge, the review or the application, I mean, maybe I'm not understanding this correctly, but I guess my concern is that it seems like reviewing a terrain alteration permit and perhaps the fee associated with that, in a case where there is clearly a potential impact on a shoreland situation, which could, for example, in my community, impact drinking water supply, is the same as a terrain review in the middle of a field that, you know, when you're going to build a shopping center and has no impact on wetlands or shoreland. It's exactly the same, and the fee would be the same.
Let me back up. It actually, no, the shoreland in shoreland areas, there's greater protections. So the thresholds for review for normal alteration of terrain is for projects that are over 100,000 square feet. So that's 2.3 acres. These are your big box projects. These are 30 unit subdivisions. These are big projects. For a project that touches any part of protected shoreland, that threshold goes down to 50,000 square feet. So it's much smaller projects. And then there's actually a provision in the rules for steep slopes, which is if you have a steep slope that's right near a water body that has a run of just 250 linear feet running into the water body, then we would need a review. And we do that in order, because we've had some cases where, you know, erosion problems, you know, you need to have an engineer involved to make sure that the geotechnical work is done correctly. So there's these different tiers, and there's, you know, greater emphasis on steep slopes near a protected water body, and then for smaller projects near a protected water body. And then for typical alteration of terrain work, it's the threshold is for the bigger projects. And so, you know, our fees, one of the representatives asked about, you know, fees on this, because I know that's your concern. You know, we've done the math on this to determine, you know, what fees were needed in order to sustain the program, and also to do the reviews that are needed, to do them quickly and efficiently for the developers, and also to cover these additional tasks of the habitat and species reviews that are being moved to the department through HB2.
One last
Follow
one.
up?
So, Mr. Trowbridge, you're saying the $5,000 for projects that are impacted by shoreline protection, the 50,000 and above.
Yeah.
The 5,000 is sufficient to do those reviews. Would the fees, if it's a project of 150,000 or more, but it's impacting potentially a shoreland, would the fees still be 5,000, or would it go to the 60, the higher number?
It goes higher. Yes. Yeah, exactly. So that's I can see why this was confusing to read. And we tried to, believe it or not, we tried to clean it up from what it used to be. But, you know,
Might want to try again.
we recognize that basically there is a, you know, 50,000 and above, you're going to be doing shoreland. Let's start 50,000 and above, you're going to do this 5,000. But once you get above the 150, then you're into the normal fee schedule, which is 6125. And then you add on to that as the project gets bigger. So if you did have basically the bigger the project, the higher the fee. That represents the fact that we have more time to spend on the reviews.
Thank you.
I just did to that point, I just did a calculation, and if I'm correct, it looks like, because it says for all other, on line 14, for all other projects, the fee shall be $500 plus 0.005 per square foot of disturbance. So when I multiply that out, I got $217.80 an acre for each, acre above that minimum.
Right.
So that's where the additive would
Th-
come.
Thanks for saving the English major the math, Mr. Chair.
Because at first if you don't read that, or it looks like a very small number, 0.005, but it's per square foot. So it adds up. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. It looks like you just doubled the fees. You said you did the math. Did you do like a spreadsheet analysis to make sure you were covering all your costs? And could we get a copy of that spreadsheet of analysis of how you developed your fees?
Sure. Excellent question. I guess the big picture on this is we doubled the fees, but we also created this permit by notification process, which was a little bit cheaper. So it roughly works out to a 92% increase in our fees, overall. And that's looking at the typical sizes of projects we get, because the fee depends on the size of the project. So we took the last year's set of projects and then say what would be the new revenue under the new fees. So we got a pretty good number on that. That overall generates 1.2 million in additional revenue for the program. And that is, we're having 4 additional staff that need to be moved over. So this is covering that, as well as some of the other revenue losses under general funds. So we looked across all of our programs, because the wetland fees also increased by 50%, and the subsurface fees also increased by 50%. All of those accounts are part of what's called the Water Resources Fund. So the money, they're separate dedicated funds, but they can be moved between them to fund the overall program. And when we looked at that across all the accounts, all the different fees, and all the staff increases, that is what we needed to cover the staffing.
Follow up?
Follow up?
So actually, I was just, did you guys actually, is there the ability to get a copy of how that analysis, is there a spreadsheet that, I just want to make sure you're covering your costs?
I have some calculations. Maybe I could show you afterwards. I mean, I do have a spreadsheet. It's not something we've submitted to fiscal.
Let me ask you a question. Do we know when these original fees were, how much time has gone by since the original fee was set?
These were set in 2018 or 2019 was the last time the alteration of terrain fees were changed. Some of the other accounts were older than that, like subsurface was 2009.
Okay. So it's been, for some items, 7 years, and for some items,
15 or 16 years.
15 or 16 years.
Yeah.
Okay. But the calculations you've done, these new fees, you feel covers the cost of review?
Yes, I'm confident. We did a pretty thorough review. We, I guess I'm struggling a bit with the questions just because this is about Senate Bill 110, which is related to alteration of terrain fees. But we also have these other changes in HB2 for, the other programs, and, needed to look at that holistically. But yes, the short answer is we feel comfortable that this is the right fee structure. And we worked with the regulated community to ensure that these were going to be these would be considered fair and reasonable.
Thank you. Representative Ulrich.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. We've had some discussion of this bill in my hometown planning board. One of the questions that certain individual raised was, why is it being made more easy for the large developer who has access to additional capital to get expedited service because they're quote unquote rich, using somebody else's word, as opposed to the smaller developer who may also need an expedited review in order to take advantage of a banking opportunity to get a Hampton loan, or a Hampton note rather. Why are we discriminating between individuals by charging more for a faster review?
Thank you for the question. I guess the way I'd answer this is that we're making it easier for everybody, because what this bill does in terms of adding an expedited review is it adds this permit by notification process. That's not an expedited review. It's a different type of review. It is where the applicant can submit their plans. They certify that the plans meet our requirements, and then we accept that, and we do compliance checks on the afterwards. The threshold had been 100,000 square foot for needing one of these permits. What we agreed to is to say, okay, between 100 and 150,000 square feet, we can do this permit by notification process if it's not in the protected shoreline. And that will help people go faster for these smaller projects. And so the smaller developers would not, if they were bumping up against needing one of these permits, they would have a much easier process to do it, because it's the permit by notification process. And so I think it isn't discriminating at all in terms of who can take advantage of this. It's for a certain size project, it can move at a faster pace. And if below that amount, you wouldn't have needed a permit anyway.
Oh, now I'm a little bit confused, because that's not quite the way I read it or understood it.
Okay.
It seems to me that the way that this is written is that if you are doing a big development, you get a break. If you're doing a small development, you don't get a break. And there's no easier process. Are you now saying that this bill is written makes it easier for the under 100,000 square foot to do it by notification only?
Let me just back up and explain it if I could. So, and I'm going to just deal with projects that don't involve the shoreland.
Yes.
All right. So under 100,000 square feet, you do not need a permit for alteration of terrain. You never did. That's been that way for a long, long time. And so what this bill does is it says, okay, what we're going to do is move that threshold up to 150,000 square feet. And we're going to say between 100 and 150, you can do this permit by notification process. So it's making it easier for projects that were like on the bubble, just over the threshold, needing an alteration of terrain project permit. So it's not, there's no, in essence, you need there's not a case where you need an alteration of terrain permit for some small project, and then there's an area of larger projects that have an easier process. That's not the way it's working.
One last.
Yeah, follow up.
Okay, thank you very much. That's not the way that many people, at least down in my section of the woods, are. Well, it's actually there's very few woods in my section of the state.
Yeah.
But
And I could say that people often throw around the idea of an expedited review, and there is a mechanism for doing that. It's independent of this permit or that permit. It's for any of our permits. We have some rules that allow people to appeal to the department and say, I'm in certain cases, for example, I'm building public infrastructure. I'm building a school. I really have to have this permit by now because I need to have the school built in order to have students move in August. They can ask to basically bump the line. And that is a whole different thing. And, you have to meet certain criteria, like being a school construction project or some sort, public infrastructure.
well, the question then is, if it's going to work for 50,000 square feet or 150,000 square feet,
Yeah.
why not 200, 250, 300, 350? If you can do it by permit for the modest size development, why not just do it by permit and then have on-site inspection of the larger to make sure that compliance takes place, which takes a load off of your department and makes it easier for everybody.
It's an excellent point, and I think where we arrived on this through discussions with the regulated community was that 150 was a reasonable place to start, and let's see how this goes. We're still talking about projects that are, at this point, 3 acres, and these are large areas. We do have a duty to ensure that abutters and neighbors and local infrastructure are not affected by these developments. There's,
That's
Follow up?
yeah, and so the review of the stormwater programs, stormwater controls is very important in ensuring that that happens. And I think if we get, test this out and we say, we're not having problems on the compliance side, we could consider an increase in that threshold, but, I think this is a good place to start.
However, my experience, the local planning board does all that, so the person gets reviewed by a review to have a review done of the review.
I mean, I'm not sure what that completely meant, but it sounds like at the state level, to your point about small projects, the concern being small projects were being discriminated against, but to your point, the state is not reviewing those small projects.
Correct.
That's the purview of the local boards. Representative Tierney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. All this bill pertains to is fees that the state receives. It has nothing to do with the permitting process and the fees collected by the towns for any size project, small, medium, or large.
Yeah,
Correct?
That is correct.
Because you do review, if I want to put a house in on a 1 acre lot, but there's wetlands on there, you guys have to come and check to make sure that if I'm encroaching on the wetlands, I have to make it up someplace else. Correct?
It's sometimes a little more involved with that. It depends on this amount
That
of,
was the simple version.
yeah. Yes, but that's a whole separate program. And yes, that's not this that we're talking about today.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Bolton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am on our local advisory committee, the Pemigewasset River Local Advisory Committee.
Yeah.
And we essentially work for DES in investigating projects that are contemplated within a quarter of a mile of the shore. And I just want to see, I guess, good assurances. I mean, because we do a lot of projects. And I would hate to see anything become more rapid than, what is currently, allowed by law.
Yeah.
So can you assure me that we will not be affected in any way?
Not be affected in terms of your review times, or
Yes,
okay.
yes.
No, we those review times are established in rule and statute. So we recognize that we'll need to do those. I think what we're going to have to work out on these permit by notification processes, that some way for the applicant to do a check-in with you before they submit the application, so that we can ensure that happens, rather than during a rapid PBN process.
Follow
Follow up?
And regarding the permit by notification, we tend to get quite a few of those, and it's kind of disconcerting because we still would like to go out and review the project.
Yeah.
So, and we do submit information to DES regarding our findings, but I hope that does not increase the permit by notifications.
There will be more. I mean, this does create a process that we didn't have before, so there will be more. I think we're all going to have to make an adjustment to a slightly different, versus right now the process is very upfront heavy, a lot of review to get a permit. The new process for these permit notifications will be less on the upfront, but more on the, is the project complying with its plans? And are we seeing any problems at the construction site? Sort of a compliance approach as opposed to a permit-heavy approach. So we'll be instituting a form of random auditing to ensure that the projects are proceeding as they should.
I guess my question would be then, to Representative Bolton's concern, is if the state permits it and the process starts, but the town still hasn't finished its review. I mean, can it actually start until the town, how does the town state
But
situation work?
those are different, well, they're independent processes. One's not contingent on the other. And so if you're a developer and you don't have your town approvals, you can't start. And if if you don't have the state approvals, you can't start. So you need both. So, they would have to ensure, it would be on the developer to make sure they had both approvals.
Okay, so so what you're saying then is the state level, they have their permit, they can start, but they can't start because the town hasn't approved yet. So you need both.
Yeah.
It's an and situation. Okay. Representative Ors?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. So do you still have an employee by the name of Darlene Forst working on your payroll, and does she oversee some of these projects?
Darlene Forst is the administrator of the Wetlands Bureau, and this is the Alteration of Trains Bureau. So this is Alteration of Train Bureau. So this is a different bureau.
Okay, I know Darlene has about 30 years experience on the job, and how much experience does the person working all terrain have?
Well, the administrator for their Alteration of Train is Amy Clark. She worked for the program for 15 years, and then she worked for the Department of Education for their facilities program for 7 or 8 years. And now we're lucky enough to hire her back to be the new administrator. So she has a lot of experience in this program.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Follow up?
Follow up?
So you're not concerned, obviously, about the expertise of your team. Would your team benefit by having the ability to put some teeth behind some of your permitting and that? In other words, to be able to go out and find people that are obviously abusing the system?
There was a bill that was introduced this year that's been going through on consent. I forget the number. I think it might have been Senate Bill 299, but it did give us a little bit more authority to take enforcement actions against contractors that obviously violate the provisions of the Shoreline Protection Act. And the reason this was important is because a lot of times the homeowners were getting stuck with the problem, and the contractor had no penalties. We felt that was really the gap in our enforcement authority, and so we're very happy to have that bill going through.
Thank you.
Representative Opal?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for taking my follow-up question. If I could draw your attention to line 13, where it begins, for all other projects, the fee shall be 500 plus, what is that, 5/1000ths of a cent per square foot of disturbance. This is the danger of having English majors review lawyers' language. I don't know what that refers to. And so it seems like it's kind of was thrown in there. I assume that it means for all other projects that are subject to RSA 483B9, but it doesn't say that. And randomly right now, as I read it, I could say, well, does that mean all other projects? Does that mean just projects affected by the Shoreline Protection Act? And does it mean that if it means, for example, projects that are affected by 483B, does it mean that if I have a project that's more than 150,000 square feet, and again, I warn that math was not my strongest subject, but I did the math on 200,000 square feet, and if the fee is $500 plus 5/1000th of a cent, that fee comes to $1,500. So if I've got a $200,000 square or 200,000 square foot project that comes under 483B, does that mean the fee goes from 5,000 to 1,500?
Excellent point. I'd say in this case, all means all. And the reason we have this in here is a bit
all other projects in the bill, or all other projects in that paragraph?
What it means is anything that is not otherwise specified. And the reason we have this here is that occasionally we have to deal with projects that are under 100,000 square feet. And there's a provision that says there's a 10-year overall scheme of development that we're looking at. And this was put in with the goal of avoiding piecemeal projects, where someone might say, I'm going to do a project here for 90,000 square feet this year, and I'm going to do another one, 90,000 next year, and I'm going to do another one, never needing a permit, right? So if someone is, within 10 years covers 100,000 square feet, whatever they do needs a permit. So occasionally we get people who've done or developers who've done a project, let's say it's 110 square feet. And then 5 years from now, they want to do an addition to it. And they want to add another 50,000 square feet. We need to find a way to charge them for that 50,000 square feet addition. So that's what this language is about, is something that doesn't fall into the other categories because it's not over 100,000 already. It's not a separate application, but we need to have a fee that we charge for the review of that add-on. And that's the way that works. So it only really applies when these little add-ons that happen, they're under 100,000 square feet. It's some project that needs our review, and we need a way to charge a fee.
Follow, Mr. Chair.
Follow up.
I do understand, Mr. Trowbridge, that explanation, and it makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what this bill says, and
Yeah.
I'm not a lawyer,
Yeah.
but if I were, I'd drive a truck through that.
Okay. I'd say that we have reviewed this with our legal staff, and they are comfortable with the language. So, I will go. I'm comfortable with it, and it's how we've been interpreting it. And we haven't. I guess we haven't. We've had something in here like this. Some of this stuff is shown in bold italics because it was moved around, and. No, I guess not. It was very comfortable. We were all comfortable with this language we weren't feeling that people were going to try and underpay on their fees.
Last follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Follow-up.
Do you know of any court decision or any court precedent that regarding this particular area?
No, there has not been any.
Thank you.
Wouldn't this also apply to areas over 200,000? Because it looks like there's nothing that covers over 200,000.
So what we have to look at here is, if you look at line 10 and 10 and 11, where it says an additional fee of $2,500 shall be assessed for each additional area up to 100,000 square feet of feet disturbed. I know it's kind of a little bit confusing, but the idea here is that you go
I
up to
see.
200,000 at 625, and then between 200,000 and 300,000, it's 625 plus 2,500, and then between 300,000 and 400,000, you add another 250.
Thank you.
That's
Yeah.
that's how the fee structure actually works.
Okay.
I think if we could, we'd love to just put a table in the statute. I think it would be easier than trying to put it in
Yeah.
narrative form.
That makes sense to me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Almy.
Thank you. I can't find the bill that is for the first time fining contractors for not doing what they said they were going to do in the permits. Can you just get me the
course.
number?
Yeah, I believe it is Senate Bill 299, but I'm happy to look that up for you.
But it's on our calendar, you mean?
No, I don't think it's
Oh.
on your calendar.
Oh.
It's just in the legislature this session.
Oh, okay, thanks.
I don't think it came to you because it didn't.
No, no,
was
it wouldn't.
yeah.
Sorry.
Representative Breyer.
You just made a comment, and I was thinking, what is it? If it's easier to understand, why don't you put a table in there? That's what car registrations are set up like that. You could put a table in there, and it'd be much easier to understand.
We kind of came to that conclusion too, and I think we'd like to do that. Right now, this language matches exactly HB2, so we're hesitant to make any changes to it. But that could be a way of maybe next session restating what's in here in a tabular form that would be clearer for people.
Representative Ulrich. Did you have a question?
Yeah, I don't recall tables being in RSAs as much as in rules.
In car registrations, when you look at, they should have tables based on the weight of the vehicles.
That's not in the law, that's in the rule that's promulgated by DMV, if I'm not mistaken. I'm Representative, you're entirely correct that a table is easier to read. And if you're going to be promulgating, if this passes and it's promulgated to developers, that would be very convenient. But the law itself needs to be descriptive rather than visual. There we go.
Yes. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering, is there anything in the law that says tables can't be put in addition to descriptive?
I don't know, but I doubt it.
We can
opinion.
be honoring
Yeah.
the law by putting in the descriptive, but then making it easier for people to figure out by putting in a table.
That's what rules.
Well, it could be rules, could be publications that DES puts out as well. Any other concerns or questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you both very much.
Thank you very much.
If you both could fill out a pink card and pass it forward. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on SB 110? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing on SB 110. Okay. Before we start our next order of business, we'll take a break until 10:55. Because
Lots of testimony.
And, excuse me, we're gonna. All right, I'm gonna open the work session on Senate message. So HB 737. Now, some of you may know what that is, and some of you may not. The Senate messages basically are the result of the House passed a bill. It went to the Senate. The Senate amended the bill and passed it amended. So now the House and the Senate don't agree on the bill, or potentially don't agree at this point. So what happens is they're called Senate messages, and they come to the chair of the appropriate committee. In this case, 737 being a game of chance based bill came to Ways and Means. And so I get this, and there's three choices here for me. I can concur with this, and then it goes to the House, and the House will vote on, I'll make my pitch as to why I'm concurring, and then the whole House will vote. All of you will vote. I can non-concur, and there's a sign off here. I sign it off, give it back to the clerk. I could concur, non-concur, or non-concur and ask for a committee of conference, which would be a conference with the House. For those of you new, House and Senate conferees to discuss it and hopefully come to an agreement. And that would then be voted on by the House and the Senate. So the way this works is I called this agenda item because I wasn't sure what I wanted to do with this, because I could just decide right now, or decided sooner than this, to sign off one of these, give it to the clerk, and this wouldn't have been here. But I'm here asking for your advice as a Ways and Means Committee on what I should do with this one. So, there'd be no amendments proposed. It's not like you can propose an amendment or do anything else. This is just three choices. You think I should concur, non-concur, or non-concur and ask for a committee of conference. And part of the debate today on this would be good to hear, because if we do think that I should ask for a committee of conference, then it'd be good to know, okay, what's our, what sort of things do we hold important here? So with that, I'll open it up to comments. Actually, maybe what I'll do first is Dr. Debbie Warner here is in the audience. I was on the Charitable Gaming Commission, and I've got to say she faithfully attended every meeting, so she's up on a lot of different things. She asked if she could speak today to this Senate message, and I agreed that I would let her give some thoughts on it. So without further ado, Dr. Warner.
How very nice. Thank you for that introduction. I'm Dr. Debbie Warner from Littleton. I have been following this bill from the start, actually. We instigated it, really. Short story is that in May of 2023, there was a surprise in Littleton that a casino had already decided they wanted to come to Littleton into our Staples store. They held a meeting at the cafeteria, and more than 100 people came. And in our town of 6,000, that's a lot of people at a meeting. And of those people who came, many got up and spoke. There was a presentation, of course, of what the casino would be and what their benefits they thought they'd bring to the community. And over 95% of the people who spoke passionately against having a casino come to Littleton. And we were told that there was nothing we could do about it because the state had already allowed things like this to happen. And so I, being a little investigator, I read through the bill that had come through in 2021 in order to allow this to happen. And in the comments of the bill, the majority report said that, well, local towns and cities can make ordinances about this. And so we made an ordinance immediately and brought it to the planning board with a petition to put an ordinance on the warrant. And we found out that it was a lovely ordinance, but it had no teeth at all. And so but they couldn't withdraw it because many of you know how planning boards work and how these things happen. So it did go through, but at the same time, we were rather embarrassed to find out that we couldn't do something that we had put so much effort into. This is just a band of citizens. We don't have a name for our group, but we just get together and we found a way to get to Concord, and in the county and municipal and county committee, that we found a bill that was not going to go anywhere, that they were willing to put our bill into. So you have the beginnings of the opt-in local option for casinos. It went pretty well, except that we didn't have it well formed at the start, but the casino lobby was interested in the bill and they were supportive. And you probably all know the lobbyist Rick Newman, who actually worked with me on this, and we ended up coming up with something that's very similar to what you see in front of you. It did pass in the committee. It passed in the House by 86%. It went over to the Senate. This is in 24. It was House Bill 1223. And in the Senate, they decided they did not like opt-in. They wanted opt-out. And so it was on a philosophical basis that they thought that business should be open by default and that you close it based on local needs. That was the only way it was going to pass, so we said, okay. Along this line, when I was working with Rick Newman, I did find out that the casino in Littleton was already protected and there was nothing that we could do about that. But we did think that it was still worth the effort, and our group is still working on this bill because it will benefit the other towns and cities in the state. And so this is not for us, it's for everyone. And so they did do this opt-out thing. We went into a committee of conference. Actually, my husband, by the way, how I got involved in this is my husband served 3 terms in the House. He was chairman of Labor and Industry. I watched from the side of how this sort of process worked, and he called me in on a lot of bills to testify, so I kind of got used to the process. And so when I was involved in this, I took advice from him most of the way, except for the last part where he said, don't go to a committee of conference. It's death, certain death for your bill. I said, oh, no, it's fine, honey. We were all in agreement of what it should happen. And anyway, it was going to be lovely. So we went to a committee of conference, and there was somebody who didn't sign off, and it died. And so here we are again. We took the conferenced bill and put it into this bill, 737. And that's how we started the year this way. It went through this committee instead of the municipal and county, and we were very hospitable, and I appreciate that you voted it through and put it on consent. It went to consent. The House passed it completely, and it went over to the Senate. On the Senate side, when we went to Ways and Means and testified, they were very supportive. Everybody was supportive of the bill. This was great. And then there was another bill that was presented, was Representative Ohm's bill that pertained to the Keno operations, and he was just having some housekeeping stuff he wanted to do in that statute, and they decided to, and actually I said to him after the hearing, I said, you know, they're going to turn this into opt-out. You know, they're in that frame of mind, and lo and behold, that's exactly what they did. And so that's what you have in front of you. And I know that there is a certain amount of irritation, maybe not just a certain amount, maybe quite a bit of irritation with the Senate having changed something that was perfectly good and was passed by consent in the House. Everybody thought it was fine enough, even though it was an opt-out bill for the casino business. To change the Keno into the same thing was a disappointment and an irritation. It turns out that it is less than ideal, but it is functional. It will work. And the thing that I like about this remaining bill is that it retains the people's say in Keno, and it establishes the people's say in casinos. And this is the second year on this bill. I think it's really time to put it through. It is functional. It's cumbersome, but it will work. And as you see, I can go through a little bit of it. when you look at both sections where it says how it's done, it refers to RSA 39.3, which is how you get something on the local ballot, which is different than the usual one that is for zoning ordinances, which is RSA 675.4, etc. That one requires waiting till November. Section 39.3 does not wait till November. It just simply needs to be presented to the selectmen or one of them no later than the 5th Tuesday before the day prescribed for the annual meeting. And so we could do it in June. We could do it in July. And so we could be covered pretty easily and quickly. And that is a good thing. One might wonder, is it practical to move the casino thing? It is not a great idea, but it is practical. It will work. How would all of the towns and cities know that they have to do this? Quite interestingly, on the side, I've been being interviewed by the union leader, and they're about to make a feature on this bill, as well as how the casino could affect Littleton. And I asked them to hold off publishing until after this committee gets to do its work and hopefully concurs with the Senate version. I want to say a little something. I'm a psychologist. I've been doing this work for 5 decades. I work with families and children and adults, and every age people. And I work with a lot of systems and families that are in conflict and that they have different points of view of what should be done. And it's my job to help find the middle ground that will work. And I think that to apply something like that to what's happened in this process, I think that we started with the ideals and we crafted these bills by principle. But now we get to the other side, and they had philosophical reasons for that. It's not that they were just being evil or mean, but they did interfere with the way that we wanted this bill in the first place. And but when you look at, well, where did those overlap? Where did the needs of this side and that side overlap? And I think that this is an area where the overlap is functional and it will work for both sets of parties. And I think it's very, very important at this point in time that we do establish the voice of the people, especially in this casino realm. I am very concerned if we don't do this concur. We go to a committee of conference, of course, Muerto is one of the predictions that would probably, if my husband was right, he could be right again. But next year, I'm not sure that we would do even as well as we have this year. We have a very good integrity in this bill. And I think that it's time to do it. It's functional and it's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Dr. Warner? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Representative Schamberg.
Since Dr. Warner has presented, is there anybody in the audience that has another view on what this bill might?
It's a good question. I'm open to that. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to this? Yes, come on up and introduce yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the committee for taking, well, I guess, my testimony this morning. My name is Bertie Deshays. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association. We represent the 234 cities and towns throughout the state of New Hampshire. We were very supportive of 737 in its originally drafted form, and ultimately how it was amended by the Municipal and County Government Committee, put on the consent calendar, and then again put on the consent calendar after review from your committee, and passed by the House twice. We have deep concerns about the Senate's addition of this Keno language. When the Keno statute was first created and formulated, utilizing the opt-in procedures that currently are in law and having the opt-in be done through the procedures of RSA 39:3, so how warrant articles can be added to the town warrant. That was the original deal, is that municipalities, whether it's their voters by petition warrant article from the legislative body or a warrant article presented by the governing body for the legislative body, the voters of the municipality, they got to determine if they would opt in and allow restaurants or other folks who become licensees to have Keno games of chance in their businesses. It's been very typical of the state when it does, when the state is trying to generate revenues from vices, things like gambling or liquor, things of that nature. It tends to be a vote in. Even with liquor, when the state required municipalities to have a vote on legalizing liquor, it was 2 mandated required votes to determine whether or not the municipality would opt in to having liquor. When we've seen proposals, while it's not law with marijuana, it's been very similar. Municipalities opt in. Keno is no exception. Our concern is how much work will need to be done by our association, ultimately by local governing bodies, to re-educate voters on Keno. And again, many municipalities have had votes on Keno and voted no, or have voted yes in some cases. It's been a pretty even split. And I'm trying to educate those voters about an opt-out. So, we've had some municipalities, I can give an example where I live in Wolfboro, we've had 2 votes on whether or not to opt in for Keno. The vote failed twice with 80% of voters voting no. I would imagine if we had to put another warrant article on the warrant in Wolfboro, it would be very difficult for folks to understand, the Keno warrant article, if you don't want Keno, you have to vote yes. Just that confusion alone will create, issues at town meetings and misunderstanding. So we believe the current Keno statute works. It puts the power in the voters. It's easy to understand. Do you want Keno in your municipality, or do you not? Do you not want it? There's a procedure to rescind it if you decide that we don't want it anymore, so we're going to rescind the previous vote. And there's a way for the legislative body to say the governing body hasn't presented us with this warrant article, or maybe our opinions have changed, and we can put something on the warrant. So we would really prefer a non-concur and no committee of conference, and taking the language of 737, which has passed the House twice, and maybe finding another vehicle, or looking at a retained bill and using, and going about it again this year or next year with language that the House has unanimously supported, or at the very least going to committee of conference and figuring out why the Senate is very adamant as to forcing all these opt-outs. I mean, it's been typical of our legislature, even when it comes to individual rights, for different mandates from the state to be opt-in rather than opt-out. And so that's kind of our position. We think it's best left to the hands of your voters, and we think it's best true informed consent is opting into a system, not having to find a way to get out of it.
Thank you. I understand your concern, but when I look at what passed the House, when I look at page 1, line 23, it says, if a majority of those voting on the question vote yes, new games of chance may not be operated. So that's saying you have to vote to opt out. So didn't the House already have an opt-out?
So that's for the charitable casinos. And while we would have preferred the original language where it was municipalities would need to vote yes to opt in, we viewed at least some local option over charitable casinos as better than no local option. So currently in law, there is no local option for a municipality to decide it's going to opt in to allow these casinos. Some of the lobbyists from the charitable gaming folks viewed it as, well, municipalities should have to opt out. And we said, well, at least an opt out for the casinos is some local option that municipalities will have that they didn't have previously. We would think it's more ideal if you went to committee of conference, would advocate for the original language of the bill, which is we think municipalities and their voters should be opting into these types of, these state licensure, allowing these operators to procure these state licenses to operate these games of chances, whether it's Keno or a casino. But we actually kind of view the House's original version already was a compromise. You guys kind of already compromised and came up with what was a pretty good deal. We didn't get everything we wanted. The casinos, they didn't get everything they wanted, but they got some. And, and we think the state, it would be better off with the House's original language. And there could be maybe further discussions in future legislative sessions regarding whether or not it should be a true opt-in versus an opt-out for casinos. And we would imagine there would be bills that might be forthcoming regarding that. We've seen a lot about historic horse racing too. There's been a lot of discussion about making that opt-in or opt-out versus just allowing it anywhere without any voter input on the local level.
Thank you, Representative Elmy. Oh. Did you still have a question? Your light was on.
I am pretty confused at this point. I had regarded games of chance as being everything but slots. And you're talking about casinos, which at this point are going to be slots and are almost slots right now. How did games and chance get defined?
I believe there's a definition
Sure.
in the statutes that regulate it, and I think you're right that those types of things would be covered under what's defined as games of chance, but I would probably defer to the Lottery Commission and to the departments for those
Which
questions, but that's
isn't
my
here.
knowledge.
Yeah. And I find opt-out very difficult for most of the municipalities in this state because, like Lebanon, they don't think they would ever have to face a casino. And so they never tried to opt out. Though I think we weren't even allowed that privilege at the time, so.
Yeah, thank you for the comment, Representative. And, that's kind of why we're okay with the compromise of opt-out, because at least there is a way for municipalities to opt out of these, permitting these operations of games of chance within the town or city. That's better than nothing. So, city like Lebanon, we think should have had that voice from the beginning, and at least the legislature is providing some level of that voice, although it's opt-out, which is imperfect. But we think making Keno the same way is going to create confusion, especially when the state has already come up with a compromise, and most municipalities have already had their vote on Keno, right? And we think that that vote should be respected, and the municipalities shouldn't essentially be forced, and their legislative bodies forced to have another referendum, another vote on these on Keno. And if a municipality or its voters want to have another vote, RSA 39:3 and the ability to put a petition warrant article forward is always an option at every town meeting, and we fully support the voters' rights to be able to put forward these petition warrant articles as it pertains to Keno or anything else.
Representative Southworth.
Thank you. This is for the committee.
Sure.
Basically, I think opt-in is much fair to the communities that I know. And we're all hearing stories about communities who felt they were forced to have casinos, who had no idea it was going to happen. And so really, I want to kind of stay with opt-in as much as possible, which would make me a non-concur. However, I know there are two sides and there are a lot of information going around. So I'd certainly be willing to do a non-concur with committee of conference. But I certainly couldn't do a concur.
And what would you like to see with a committee of conference?
Well, I do think some things need to, in a smaller group, probably be put on the table, clarified some. And it's possible that, again, we won't get something this year. But I think, to me, there are more questions than answers, especially for communities. I agree that it's harder to get voters to understand and opt out because they didn't think they had something to begin with. Whereas opt-in is very clear. Do we want this? It's, very straightforward. Yes, we want this. So that's just my experience.
Yeah, I mean, the main difference is the original bill that we passed was charitable gaming. The Senate added Keno.
Yes.
So are you saying that if the Keno portion wasn't there as opt out?
Well, again, we can't go backwards. We have this bill now. But I do think, we put out with Keno, does your community want it? Does it not want it? We already went through that step. And so now to kind of switch it to, you can have Keno unless you want to opt out. I do think it's not a good switch for the public. I think it will be hard to explain. And I don't really see anything wrong with opt-in because any community in the state that wants to add Keno can. And some have been enthusiastic, but many have voted no. And I think the fact that many have voted no means we should keep Keno opt-in.
Okay. So the current law is Keno is currently opt-in.
Correct. And actually, I'll point out this year, the legislature during the budget process voted to remove this exact language that's in the Senate's language for Keno in 737 from the budget. So I would, if I was a betting man, I would bet you may struggle with a floor vote with a Keno opt-in language, sorry, a Keno opt-out language versus keeping the current language that is in statute. The House has kind of already established a position. It prefers Keno opt-in language versus the language that was in the budget or the language that's in House Bill 737.
Okay. Does anyone else have questions for Brody? Yes, we'll do that and then we'll talk amongst ourselves. Representative Bors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. Good to see you here again today. I've had more fun messing with you than agreeing with you. So this is fun. And so basically you and Dr. Warner are on the same page if you could get exactly what you want. Am I? Yes.
No.
Okay. She's nodding yes. Okay. Very good. Yeah, I like to see us opt in also. I like to see us go that way. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Someone over here, Representative Tierney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only question basically I've got is the towns that are already approved or that are already been told they're getting a casino, they can't opt out anyway, can they? This
For-
isn't going to give them
not-
permission to opt out.
Not for casinos, no.
Yeah, they're stuck with them.
No. Yeah.
Okay.
New licenses would be prohibited though. But
Right.
you're right, existing would be grandfathered in.
They're stuck.
They are stuck, which is a shame, but
Okay. All right. Do you have a question for him?
No.
Okay.
Then-
All right. Thank you very much. Oh, yes.
Wanted to get clarified. Do we have Keno as a separate place in the statutes from games of chance? Yeah, thank you.
okay.
Any other questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Comments, questions to the committee, Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We get back here to the issue of who makes decisions about what happens here. Is the state deciding for municipalities, or do municipalities decide for themselves? I will always, almost always, fall on the side of the localities make their own decisions. Our job is to support that and give frameworks. You know, we're looking at competing goods. We want to support business, but we also want to make sure to support our local communities. And just so I will always fall in terms of gambling on the side of letting localities make their own decisions. And I just keep being deeply, deeply concerned about how much more we're relying on things like gambling to fund our state services rather than having some kind of other system which does not involve harm to our citizens. I went to the Nash the other day for our tour, and I looked at the people who were there. They were people who were not among the wealthiest in the state. They were people who are hoping for a chance, but they're the ones who are losing their money and not the wealthy. So I would like to have us continue to look at ways to not depend on gambling to fund services in the state.
Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will say I've had extensive experience working on referendum. I don't know how many dozen I've done. And the most difficult are the ones where voters have to vote yes to be against something and vote no to be for something. It is a confusing situation at best, and I think it is a sneaky way of trying to get your way without, by confusing voters. So I think opt-in is a much more, where the language would say, do you favor allowing whatever in our town, and giving voters a straight up yes or no vote. I will say failing that, if that is an unreachable position in a conference, at a minimum, I would love to see House conferees stick with the original House position that was voted on twice in the consent calendar, and was supported. We have a very strong House position. And while I'd like to see the change to opt-in, I'd be comfortable with maintaining the House position since we, again, voted on it twice. I think the Senate bill, to suddenly say, statewide, we're going to do this, and, you've got 20 seconds to vote on a confusing referendum to opt out, is, well, I'll just, it's a bad idea. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Representative.
Oh, I support more local control, so I support the opt-in. I'd rather see the House version or some kind of opt-in.
Okay, so you're for non-concur or non-concur with COC?
Let me ask you this. Is there a possibility I'd like to see if we could resolve it with committee conference. But
It sounds like the resolution would be, based on what I'm hearing, that we stick with the House position. Okay. Anybody else? Representative Ohm.
Yeah, just a comment from a top-level view. I first acknowledge my colleagues' comments that I think that's a disgrace to have casinos imposed upon municipalities without an opt-in provision, but that's our current situation, given the flaws in the original HSR law. However, the procedure to do the referendum, I think, is approved by the Senate position in RSA 39.3. Gives, I think, a fairly decent procedure. I don't have any objection to the House procedure, but I thought there was some merit in the Senate procedure on the provision. But the obvious flaw we talked about in this bill is the total flip from the local option on casino, which was requiring an opt-in by the voters, to now a mandatory opt-in, and voters have to opt out. That's really unfortunate, and I think we should not concur with the Senate and perhaps request a committee of conference to establish the House position.
Okay. Anybody else? Representative Almy.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with what Representative Ohm is saying about this, that one paragraph is better defined in the section, the law section that he's got there.
Which paragraph are you talking about?
On A, it's lines 8 to 12.
Oh, okay.
I looked that up, and it's much better defined who should be able to do what. But
Okay, so basically what you
I fought for opt-in for years, and I lost every single time. And I think ex-Representative Abrami was here saying that he now agrees with that. He was the main person that I was fighting against. So, anyway.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? I think I've got a pretty good feeling, but yeah, we can do a straw poll. How many would be, raise your hand if you're for me concurring with this? Yeah. Yeah, there's three options. Concur, which means we agree with the Senate position. It still goes to the, even though I'm signing off on it, still goes to the House floor. Number two, non-concur. If I sign off non-concur, it's dead. Well, it's not dead. It still has to go to the House floor to make sure the House agrees. And then the last one is non-concur, but request a committee of conference. That also would go to the House floor. But in that case, we'd have a chance to maybe negotiate a position with the Senate. But it sounds to me, based on what we've got here, that the position would be keep the House position or nothing, pretty much, which is fine. Then what happens in the committee of conference, if we don't get that, and obviously not everyone's going to sign off, the whole thing dies. So the original 737 also dies. But we have a retained bill. We have, we have at least one retained bill right now. We can look at, we could add this to that later on in the year, and then it would come up in January for the next session. So 3 options: concur, non-concur, and ask for a committee of conference. So I'll do a straw poll. How many would be for me to concur with this? Oh, do you have a question?
What?
Well,
Yeah. Just remember, if we non-concur and request a committee of conference, we find out the position of the Senate.
yeah.
If that
Don't
doesn't,
we know the position?
well, we
Yeah.
know the position of the Senate, but
could- they could
we know how
change.
far they'll go, one way or the other.
Yeah. All right, Representative Almy.
Yeah, my problem with the committee of conference is that you don't get, I think, to name who would be on the committee of conference.
Me personally, I don't think so. I think the speaker, although I can recommend.
Right.
You recommend people.
Recommend people to put on
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
And I'm not asking necessarily for a Democrat, but but on just people that feel the way we do
Mhm.
about it. Because otherwise that they could just agree to go along with the Senate.
That's always possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I believe I'm correct, and correct me if I'm wrong. If we concur with the Senate bill, then, and the House agrees with that recommendation from us, then the Senate bill becomes law.
Correct. Yeah,
If
once
we
the governor's signed.
non-concur, the whole thing dies.
Correct.
If the House supports that non-concurrence
Yep.
position. If we ask for a committee of conference, all sorts of good and bad things may happen, but the conference report will come back to the full House.
Yes.
And we will have another opportunity to say,
Correct.
okay, we agree with the conference, with what the conferees came up with,
Right.
or hell no.
Right.
and it will die.
Right. Correct.
So if it seems to me, again, a conference, well, it may not be the preferable option. My preferable option would be to do it my way. But at least with a conference committee, we have the chance of keeping some sort of local option alive, particularly with the House position, and getting another chance, whatever the conferees come back with, it's still going to come back to the full House.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. So with that, and by the way, I've been on committees of conference. They don't all get killed. There's always the chance. It depends where the Senate is on this. If the Senate is like, no, it's got to be this way or not, then it's going to die. Okay. So with that, how many are for? And I think I know the answer, but how many are for concur on this? Raise your hands. Seeing none. Concur is not popular. How about straight out non-concur? In which case, if the House votes on straight non-concur, it'll be dead. Okay, so it looks like everyone's for the last, I'm assuming. How many non-concur and want a committee of conference? All right, well, I appreciate your help. That's what I'll do. So with that, I will close this work session on Senate Message HB 737. Okay, now our next up is our 1 o'clock revenue update, and we're going to hear from
Somebody talk.
DRA, Lottery, and LBA to hear what they're finding and what they anticipate. And then we're gonna see whether we think, are there any big changes afoot, or is it pretty much, what we had thought before? So that'll start at 1 o'clock. Anyone have any questions before we dismiss for lunch? Okay, seeing none, we'll be back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you. The time being 1:07. I'm going to, before we start the update on the revenues, we're going to do a quick exec session, which I don't anticipate will last very long at all. I'm going to open an executive session on SB 110 and recognize Representative Tierney for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make the motion to ought to pass.
Do I have a second? SB 110, the one we heard the public hearing on this morning. Who would like to second it? Representative Almy seconds it. Would you like to speak to your bill
Okay, this bill simply makes it simpler
or to your motion?
and faster for folks to get a permit for large developments. They also, because they're going to have to bring in new people, they've increased the fees. They're fairly confident that the fee increase will cover their new expenses.
Thank you. Any other comment? Representative Almy?
Yes, I'd like to put in also that the Home Builders Association agreed to the fees.
Good point. Thank you. Representative Opal?
I don't have any problem with the intent of the bill. I do have a problem with the way it was written, and I think it's unclear and subject to potential future litigation. And for that reason, I'm not going to be able to vote for it.
Okay. Representative Ohm, or you're ready to call the roll? Okay. If there's nothing else, Representative Almy?
Yeah, I'd just like to point out that there's a whole lot of verbiage that isn't in the bill that is in the law already. So
That's a good point. Sometimes we have to be careful that when we look at a bill, it's not like that encompasses everything. It's a piece of the law, and it's one piece, and there are a full understanding. So oftentimes requires reading around the other portions of that law. Thank you, Representative Almy, for mentioning that. Seeing no other desire to comment, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The motion is ought to pass on Senate Bill 110, a bill relative to terrain permitting. Representative Ulrey.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Orrs.
Yes.
Representative Stephen Smith is not here. Representative Tierney.
Yes.
Representative Cole is not here. Representative Breyer.
Yes.
Representative Mary Ford is not here. Representative Mary Murphy.
yes.
Representative Almy.
Yes.
Representative Southworth.
Yes.
Representative Malloy.
Yes.
Representative Schomburg.
Yes.
Representative Bolton.
Yes.
Representative Elberger.
Yes.
Representative Jeffrey Smith.
Not here.
Not here. Representative Opal.
Nay.
Representative Spar.
Yes.
Chairman Janigian.
Yes.
I have 15 to 1. Four absent.
Voted again.
Okay. The vote being 15-1, the motion of OTP passes. And Representative Opal, is there any desire not to put this on consent?
I'm sorry?
Are you okay with putting this on consent?
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
there'll be no minority report?
There'll be no
then?
minority report.
Okay, so this bill will go on consent, SB 110. Okay. All right, that's it. I'm going to close the executive session on SB 110. And now we will get an update from DRA, LBA. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Chris Shea from the LBA.
Lindsay Stepp, Commissioner, Department of Revenue.
So before you, we provided 3 documents. The document that looks like the worksheet that you typically work off from. A 1-page long sheet that it shows you the House compared to the Senate base revenue estimates. And then DRA provided you their document, which I don't have a colored version, but it has blue on it.
Not
Lottery will be discussed after. They'll come up after us to answer any questions you might have, but you do have a lottery document as well. So just to remind you on the worksheet, if we could just pick that one up to start with, and you flip to page 3. That is the information that the DRA provided to the Senate Ways and Means Committee. You can see the percentage growth, the base numbers for 25 and the percentage growth for the each of the years after that. You may want to keep that page open as we talk about the revenues. After I get you through one other page. If you go to page 5, you're going to see a note at the bottom of the page, and that relates to the lottery revenue. If you look at row 9, the House Ways and Means had an estimate of $180 million in fiscal year 25. So that was the House Ways and Means estimate. The full House added 10 million to that, so it became 190 million. And that's what the note below is telling you. So in fiscal year 25, additional 10 million was added to that 180. And then if you look at row 16, under fiscal year 26, and again, row 23 under fiscal year 27, the House Ways and Means based estimate was 172.9 million. The full House added an additional 12.1 million to that to get you to 185 million. So I just wanted to draw your attention to that. And I see people are kind of looking, trying to catch up. Because it created confusion not having that information when people were talking about what were the lottery estimates that were passed by the House versus what House Ways and Means had. If we look at the long sheet, the single page long sheet.
I'm confused. You're saying passed by the House and Ways and Means. I mean, what do you mean?
So the
by
Ways and
that?
Means Committee did your base estimates.
Right.
They were lower than what the House passed for lottery revenue. They were.
When did the House pass the lottery revenue?
You added it as part of House Bill in the surplus statement. So you added, the full House added $10 million in fiscal year 25, $12.1 million in 26, and again in 27 to the base lottery revenue. So that was above what the House Ways and Means Committee had done.
Representative Elmy.
Thank you. I think that this represents what lottery came in with afterwards and told us that he was after looking at the Nash opening, he went back and recalculated his numbers and decided to provide what I think they put in.
That's correct. So the
So we
Lottery
were told
Commission
about
came.
No, I remember that. But when you say the House passed, you're saying Finance Committee used those numbers.
Yes.
So in HB 2, okay, yeah, no, that was the clarification I was trying to make.
Yep.
Okay, Representative Yulry.
The House didn't pass. Finance added it.
And the full House
But-
passed it.
No, not on the resolution that.
Not in your
was-
resolution.
he's talking about HB
in,
2.
in your House Bill 1, House Bill 2, it's included as part of your revenues that were used to make your budget. Yep.
Yeah. So
That was
we,
a mistake,
Excuse me?
not on your part.
Yeah.
no, the whole point is that lottery revenues, Director McIntyre did come in and testify that lottery revenues were coming in higher than the initial estimates we got here during our estimating
Right.
time. Okay.
And the reason I brought that to your attention on the one-page long sheet, I baked that additional revenue in the revenue line so that you can see a truer comparison between the House and the Senate Ways and Means estimates. They're- So when you look at the long sheet, the first column is fiscal year 25 plan. So that would be what the legislature had agreed to back in fiscal year 23 when they were building the operating budget for 24 and 25. These are the revenues that were forecasted for 25. Under House Ways and Means, you'll see 3 columns, fiscal year 26, fiscal year 25, 26, and 27. The fiscal year 25 column represents any adjustment this committee made relative to the revenues that are coming in today versus what was expected to come in 2 years ago. Again, the only anomaly to this was the lottery revenue. Your base revenue when the House Ways and Means did its resolution was lower than what the full House ended up passing. So I put it into these numbers so it would be a truer comparison against the Senate revenue numbers.
Okay.
You'll see the biggest changes occur in the business taxes. So the Senate is up 40 million in fiscal year 26, 25 and 26 over the House, and up 83 million over the House in 27. And then the biggest negative adjustment is found on the I&D, where they came in at 103 million when the House was at 134.3 million. So that was a $31 million decrease. Again, both of those are a result of DRA having all of April, essentially March and April, to forecast what the end of the year might look like, and then build off that base number, which created some of the higher projections for the business tax, and then the adjustment for 25 related to the I&D. And then the other one that, again, is the lottery, which is your highest, has your largest adjustments. Okay, the 10 year in 26, the $10 million is the on top of the 190 that the House had for its base estimate. So Charlie continues to see some strong, Director McIntyre continues to see some strong revenue as a result of the new facilities that have opened up recently, and is projected at $200 million by the end of fiscal year 2025. Going into 26 and 27, the Senate Ways and Means Committee considered there's a new facility, I guess, that's opening up in June. And based on that facility and the number of machines that they would have, calculated additional revenue on top of what the Lottery Commission had provided. And that's how they get to the 220.3 estimate on this line. Everything else on that page, I would suggest, is just minimal adjustments, or no adjustment at all from where the House position was.
Questions? Oh, Representative Opal.
And Chris, maybe this is a question for DRA, but
That's why she's sitting with me.
I'm sorry?
That's why she's sitting with me.
Well, I didn't want to jump the shark. I'm just curious about the Senate Finance estimate on meals and rooms, the 26 and 27 decrement of 6.5 in 26 and 11. Is that reflective of some change that?
Sure. So are you good with what you wanted to talk about? Okay, good. Okay. So I think what would be helpful is on DRA's presentation, turn to page 9, and this will help me answer your question, Representative Opal. So this is the presentation that DRA gave to Senate Ways and Means, and it looks exactly the same as the presentation that you all received. The difference is the presentation that this committee received was based on fiscal year 25 revenue through January. We went to the Senate at the end of April. So we updated our estimates based on February, March, and April data. Ran the same scenarios that we ran for this committee, came up with a 25 range of estimates, and then growth rates for 26 and 27. Really, the only things that changed, other than the base 25 numbers, which had 3 more months of data, were our growth rates for 26 and 27 for business taxes and the meals and rentals tax. So for business taxes, our low range for 26 and 27 is 2% growth. When we presented to this committee, it was 3% growth. So we lowered that by 1% because when we had come before this committee was before all of the dust up over the tariffs and other kind of concerns with the economy. So economic uncertainty kind of grew between the time that I was here until the time I was at the Senate at the end of April. So we lowered our low percentage growth to 2%. The other change we made, which is ultimately getting to the answer to your original question, is that for fiscal year 26, we lowered the low range of the meals and rentals tax to 0% growth. That had been 2% growth when we were in front of this committee. That is primarily due to a concern about Canadian tourists visiting New Hampshire this summer and fall, which would directly impact fiscal year 26. The Senate heard that concern from us and then also from the Restaurant and Lodging Association, and so they had lower growth rates for 26 and 27 than this committee did. So long-winded answer, hopefully, to your question. But the concern is about tourism from Canada. We do see a fair amount of Canadian tourists coming to the United States. There is the concern that that will drop off due to the tariffs and the uncertainty or dislike of some of the policies by our neighbors to the north. On the other hand, though, there's also talk of Americans' international travel as a whole this summer decreasing, that Americans are maybe not planning about traveling internationally as much as they have in the past, and instead would favor more domestic travel. We tend to benefit, New Hampshire tends to benefit from these sorts of staycations, right? We live near very populated areas, New York, New Jersey, Boston, Connecticut, and the White Mountains, the Lakes region can be very attractive to folks looking for a local domestic vacation. And so some of that, if there is decrease in Meals and Rooms revenue as a result of a lack of tourists from Canada, some of that may be made up with more local, regional, domestic travel. The only other thing I wanted to say about the potential impact of Canadian tourism is I've heard various numbers, but somewhere around 5% of Meals and Rooms revenue is the result of tourists from Canada. So maybe not a significant portion of our revenue, but I think it will be significant for some localities, particularly the northern part of the state. So it might not have a meaningful impact overall on our revenue, but it could be very detrimental for some parts of the state. And so that's something we're trying to kind of keep an eye on. So those areas that receive more Canadian tourists than others.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. Follow up. Along those lines, I can't remember what the high estimate was for us. Is that at all changed based on the potential of more staycations by Americans? Or
good question. I didn't change the high growth rate. That remained at 5% year over year. And that is a pretty standard year over year growth rate for M&R. So in my mind, the potential for more domestic travel might just offset that potential decrease that we would see from the lack of Canadian tourists. And so if you flip to the last page of the presentation, this also summarizes, as Chris has, but summarizes where House Ways and Means revenue estimates were on February 11th, that for each of the taxes, those are the blue columns for 25, 26, and 27. And then you'll see, based on revenue through April, the new ranges are kind of in that peachy color and then the green color. Yep. For 26 and 27, there's two areas where this committee's estimates from February 11th fall outside of our updated ranges based on April revenues. That is for business taxes. In both 26 and 27, this committee's estimates are below our low range. And the only other change, or the only other instance of being outside of the range, is the utility property tax, and those are very small differences. one last thing, and then I'm happy to answer questions. Chris noted that there was a fairly significant difference in the interest and dividends tax revenue estimate between the House and the Senate. That's for fiscal year 25 only, and that's coming about as a result of the tax being repealed. There was no impact to because of the change in 25, there actually was no impact to 26 and 27. So it's just a 1 year difference. And that's just a result of us kind of wrapping up the tax and having a better idea of where that tax will end. But that's a fiscal year 25 impact only.
Thank you. Representative Murphy.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
I wanted to know whether you thought that perhaps the tax changes that are pending at the federal level on no tax on tips, on Social Security, on overtime might have a positive offset to the lack of or the low reduction in Canadian tourism, because people in America will have more discretionary capital.
That's a great point. Typically, when those topics like the no tax on tips are talked about, it's often talked about from an income tax perspective, right? From the individuals who are receiving those tips not having to pay an income tax on them. But you bring up a great point that there is kind of a next level potential impact where the individuals who are tipped employees not having to pay income tax will result in more money in their pocket. And that is something else that if they then choose, or if that causes them to make changes in their daily habits, their daily behaviors, if they go out to eat more on their off shifts or spend their money in places or go for a vacation that maybe they wouldn't have previously, that would increase the Meals and Rooms tax and could potentially offset some of the decline. So no direct impact, I guess, but it's still something to think about as it flows all the way through the economy.
Representative Schamberg, you look like you're ready to ask a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have some questions.
Okay.
As you know, back when we first did this, I was the only no on predicting economic growth by your numbers here. When you come up with these numbers, just a little bit of background, do you go out to any of the business leaders, or you just take straight numbers that estimated from the past, or just that's the first question.
Sure.
All right.
So it's a combination of a lot of individual factors. So we do try to get a sense of what's going on in the economy, how businesses are feeling. We look at how revenues have been performing historically. I usually spend some time talking to Brian Gottlob at Employment Security about the data that he's seeing and some analyses that he's done. And so there's many factors that kind of come into the growth range. And so I wouldn't say any are weighted more or less than the others, but we use various things that we see and that we understand about our data to come up with the range.
Okay. In the follow-up on another question, on the Meals and Rooms end of things, we've seen a slower taking out of permits for restaurants and hotels to expand. The number of people in the workforce, I'm sure, is going to be up or down depending on how many permits are going out. Can you give us some idea how this affects the expansion to future years of more people coming here? If there's less hotels, less restaurants, do we reach a saturation point? Is this an indication that we're going to maybe not continue to go up?
Sure. So I think we've talked about this a few times. I think one of the things we saw was the pandemic kind of taught all of us how much we like eating out and how much we like traveling when we couldn't do it. And so coming out of the pandemic, we have seen the meals and rentals tax increase to levels that existed prior to the pandemic. So we've kind of come to this new normal, to your point. Okay. There have been new restaurants, but at the same time, we've also been faced with staffing issues. Many restaurants have to close a couple of days a week, or they can only be open for dinner and not lunch because they don't have the personnel to staff a full schedule. So that, I think, has kind of tempered the growth that we have seen. So I think even without new restaurants or new hotels kind of coming on board, there's still the potential for growth there if restaurants, for instance, are able to open for all of the hours and all of the days that they would like to. The other thing that we've seen post-pandemic is the expansion of kind of your short-term rentals. So you no longer have to go to a location and stay in a hotel. You can stay in someone's home that they will rent to you through like an Airbnb or a Vrbo. That has definitely bolstered meals and rentals tax revenue as well. So we are at this new level of meals and rentals tax. That being said, I don't know that we're going to continue to keep growing. Prices are higher because of inflation. I think we talked about this during revenue estimates. Prices get higher, the tax goes up until you hit that breaking point where the prices are so high that consumers start to consume less. And so I think there are some factors out there that could temper the growth that we've seen, which is why we've lowered the percent in 26 to basically zero growth, so that it is essentially flat.
So those factors, what are the growth leaders in this state? Do you see any trend that will help change my mind concerning this overreaching, I think, that we're looking at?
So the majority of our meals and rentals tax revenue comes in from full service hotels, rental agents or short-term rentals, but the vast majority comes in from full service restaurants. So food is king when it comes to the meals and rentals tax. And for the month of March, comparing March of 25 to March of 24, we saw about a 1% growth.
1%.
Just month over month. That's
Another
the latest
follow-up
data point I have.
concerning inflation. Right now, it's in the past 3 months, it's at 3.8. Okay. How is this going to affect our gross state product overall? Are we going to see a shrinking? That's all right.
I probably don't have the answer to that question.
All right. Right now, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have.
Thank you, Representative. I have a question. You may have already answered it, but on page 9, the DRA 2026 high range of 8%, how does that compare with, that's what you gave the Senate. What did you give the House? Was it
8%.
8%, so that's the same.
Yep.
Okay.
That remained the same. Like I said, there were only 3 changes that we made. The 2% low for 26 and 27, that's down from what was 3%.
Okay.
And then the low for 26 for M&R at 0, that's down from what was 2%.
So in both cases, or in those 2 cases, the estimates that you've given the Senate is lower than what you gave us. And yet their total numbers are higher. Do you know how they came to that?
Right. So I think there's a couple things there. One, remember your estimates are based off of 20 estimates for fiscal year 25 that only had data through January. They had data for February, for March, and for April. So they had 3 more months of actuals. This committee also went very close to the low, or if not at the low end of the ranges. So you were building off of a lower base when you went year over year. So I think those are 2 differences. The Senate bases were higher. Their fiscal year 25 base was higher, and then what they chose as their estimate for each year was also higher. So that's how they ended up.
Despite you giving them lower projections.
Lower ranges.
Lower ranges.
They didn't necessarily go to the low end of the range. This committee was at the low end of the
And
range
they
at the
might have
time.
gone somewhere in the middle or something.
Correct.
Okay.
They ended up closer to the middle of the ranges.
Okay. Representative Elmy.
Yes, my memory of that session was that the only place where we didn't take your mean, I guess it would have been, was the business taxes.
Right, and that's the business taxes are the only place where you're below my ranges now. Otherwise, you're
Right.
close to the median of the ranges.
But not necessarily where the Senate is.
Well, if you look at Chris's long sheet
Yeah.
and you go all the way to the right, the most significant differences are business taxes at $40 million in 26 and $83 million in 27. M&R, the Senate is actually lower because of what we just talked about with Representative Opal, some concerns about the tourism from Canada. Tobacco, they are slightly higher. Real estate transfer tax, they're slightly higher. And that's about it. So it's really the majority of the differences with business taxes.
Follow up?
Yes. Perhaps it's because I'm thinking of where we are in relationship to 23 and 24. But from this sheet, which I took off the business tax analysis going back 10 years, but I was only looking at 23 and 24. We've only got 2 months to go. And if we added in what they got in those 2 months into the total for all of these categories except I believe tax notices, which is due to the new program, and refunds. We are much lower in estimates, returns, and extensions than the last 2 years.
Correct, but that doesn't mean that trend's going to continue. We've talked about that with this committee about what we believe we were seeing is a right sizing of payments to the state of New Hampshire for the purposes of business taxes. So I do not, could be wrong, but I do not believe that the downward trend that we've seen in the past couple of years is going to continue. Instead, like I said, I think we are seeing a right sizing of our business taxes. And so, for instance, if you look at business tax estimates, which is where the majority of our business tax revenue comes in, and you look at where we are fiscal year to date, we're just under $600 million in estimates. Last year, we were closer to $700 million. The year before, we were at $675, and then $636 in 2020. But in 2021, we were at $480 million. So we are $120 million ahead of where we were in 2021. And so what I believe we've seen is a growth in the taxes that is tapered off. And what instead is you have a pretty normal growth curve, and we are just right sizing back to what would have been normal growth, absent the infusion of money in the economy as a result of the pandemic and businesses growing substantially, especially retail businesses, et cetera. And so we're just coming back down from that. I don't believe that the decline of, 20% that we've seen over prior years is going to continue year over year. That's not, I don't believe that's where we are. We've instead have a right sizing. We're a bit of an inflection point, I think, where we will start to see growth again. And so that's why we've estimated growth between 2 and 8%. I know it's a wide range, but there's a lot of uncertainty out there right now. So it's a bit of a wider range than I would normally give, but that we are at that kind of, we've reset and we're at that inflection point.
But you're not basing this on a comparison with 21, are you? Because 21 was mostly pandemic.
I'm not basing it on a comparison to 21. I'm just saying that if you want to just look at 23 and 24, then your estimates have to go down quite a bit. And I'm saying that's not a reasonable comparison, that you need to look beyond that. And if you look beyond that and you go back further in time, you will see that we saw a bump. It's coming down, but it's not going to continue to drop off at the rate that it's dropping off at the moment.
Okay, I hope you're right.
Representative Ohm.
Yes, thank you. I assume that the forecasted numbers in the out years are due to two factors. One factor being assuming flat growth and just price increases, basically an inflation factor due to no growth. And the other part is a factor due to actual growth. Can you comment on the split in your forecast between inflationary growth and actual growth?
So there's probably not a concrete split that I can say, but those are factors that we would consider. So to your point, if nothing changes other than prices, and those prices hit the bottom line of businesses, then there'll be an increase in tax, right? An increase in profit. On the other hand, if there could be some underlying, and the hope is for some underlying economic growth that would just produce more profits for businesses, maybe not in every industry, but overall positive economic growth that would increase the taxes. And so those are two kind of different ways that you could arrive at an increase. How those will play out in reality is unknown at this time, but certainly two things to consider, because both of those, inflation is a concern and something that's been talked about extensively, and then what the various policies are that are happening, particularly at the federal level, how that will impact economic growth in the years to come.
Follow up?
If I could follow up, I'd like to follow up on Representative Schomburg's question and his note that the inflation he's seen is 3.8%. I've got information showing it around 3.6%. So can you tell us what number you're using in your models for inflation in these out years?
So there's not a specific number in the model. This is not an econometric model where I plug in an inflation amount and it spits out. But I think I have a copy of the same thing that you do. And so this is something, the Kiplinger letter, that we read on a weekly to bi-weekly basis, to keep a kind of a pulse on what generally is happening with inflation, with GDP growth, et cetera. I think it does a nice job of summarizing a lot of different thoughts into a pretty concise and easy to understand way to comprehend everything.
Representative Southworth.
Thank you for taking my question. I thought you might say something also about the international market, just because so many of our large businesses are multinational. It does seem like it's very hard to predict the ups and downs internationally.
It is. And the other thing that I think will be important relative to our large multinational businesses is the potential for a permanent extension of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. There are a lot of provisions within that tax code that would be favorable for businesses, domestic businesses that operate internationally. And so if that is extended on a permanent basis through congressional action, then that might also help to spur some underlying economic activity, positive economic activity. So that's something else that we're keeping an eye on as well.
Thank you.
Representative Opal. Okay. Let me go back over here first. Representative Orrs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. So, have you considered, like with the Trump tax cuts being made permanent, hopefully, drilling for natural gas, oil, the worldwide investments now coming to the U.S., especially what we're seeing recently from the Middle East, and recent gains in tariff negotiations, particularly with China? So do you feel that's going to spur income and growth, preferably, hopefully, business profit taxes in New Hampshire, or do you think it's going to be a drag on New Hampshire? Do you have a feel for this? Thank you.
So certainly I think the intention is the intention of all of these policies is to drive economic growth. I think at the moment, how these policies are being rolled out and some tariffs are on, tariffs are off, are causing some uncertainty that is causing businesses some hesitation. And I can say just from our numbers with relative to business taxes, we had very strong, or some of the strongest business tax revenue that we've seen in March. And that trailed off pretty quickly in April. And so, and I do think that's largely due to the announcements of tariffs around the beginning of the month of April, causing some uncertainty and causing a little bit of panic with businesses. So I think to your question, we might need to be patient as policies get rolled out, more certainty gets into the minds of the businesses, and we can calm down a little bit on some panicking. And that if the policies work as they're intended, then we should see some economic growth associated with it. Because it's tax policy, I'm probably following the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, making that permanent the most closely. But those are all of those things are intended to spur economic growth. It just is probably not going to happen immediately. We might have to be patient.
But over the next follow-up, so over the next year or two, we might see that growth.
Correct. And so that's why, that again, it's a wide range, but if those policies work and they work quickly, that 8% growth, is not a crazy number. That's growth that we've seen in the business taxes before. And so that could come to fruition. But if that uncertainty drags a little bit longer, that 8% won't happen immediately.
Thank you.
One thing as you're answering that, I was wondering about is we know the April numbers were a little lower. Did you notice a difference in estimated payments? Did estimated payments drop more than, because that would be an indication of businesses being unsure. And then that could suddenly be made up as they become more sure.
Sure. So estimated payments in March were 5% above the prior year. Estimated payments in April were 12% below the prior year.
Interesting.
So that's what, I saw the March numbers and I thought, okay, maybe we're at this inflection point. This is feeling a little bit better. And then I think the announcements of the pretty steep tariffs at the beginning of April may have cooled that a bit. So we'll be watching for June numbers closely.
Yeah.
That'll be the next round of
interesting, 'cause
estimates.
if that moderates, if policy is set, because it's not necessarily, it's just the businesses are unsure. If they're sure about what's happening, that could bounce quickly.
Yep. And I can say too, I was having a conversation not related to business taxes, but just related to anticipated payments from businesses relative to another program. And the person was commenting how businesses are wanting to hold on to the cash until they've pledged this cash to be paid for something, but they want to hold on to it up until the last minute just because of the uncertainty. So I think that's exactly what we saw in April. We're going to pay the minimum for our estimates because we're not sure where things are going, and it's more helpful for us right now to have the cash available to us in our business, where a year, 2, 3 years ago, businesses, the fear was different. Businesses instead were afraid of not having enough money on their tax accounts, and so they were sending us more money.
Underpayment when I was using, anyway. So I think what we allow is that, and what you actually do is to just see if somebody has paid less in one quarter, you look at on the circumstances of that.
Right. So at the state level, we also have an underpayment of estimated taxes penalty. And there is a safe harbor for that penalty, though. So that penalty is not assessed if your estimated payments equal 90% of, or essentially just equal your prior year's taxable liability. So many taxpayers will just make that minimum payment of a quarter of their prior year. What that doesn't solve for, though, is those, especially those publicly traded companies that don't want to face a big tax bill at the time that their return or extension is due. And so taxpayers do, many, especially large taxpayers, do try to get a pretty accurate estimate, if they can, of their quarterly liability. But at a minimum, they need to pay a quarter of their prior year in order to forgo penalties.
Representative Schamberg.
Going through the blue sheets here, and the reason I have this economic unease is that when you have printed this up, you said factors to consider. Okay. There are 14 points you made, 2 for each, and 9 of them are below plan. You've indicated that you have some real unease below plan, and there's only 5 of them that are above plan on your analysis. And 9 seems to be higher than 5.
I didn't count.
Well, I happen to count. That's why I'm so uneasy about this raising it beyond what I had suggested before, especially in the business end.
I think if there was, like I said, I didn't count to get the 9 versus the 4, but 5, 9 versus the 5. But I think if there was some subconscious or underlying thing that maybe I was trying to convey, is that we've been in a period of pretty significant revenue growth as a whole year over year, right? We've been in a period of growth. We are not in the same period of growth at that level. That doesn't mean necessarily we're going to go negative and things are going to continue to trend in a downward direction, but I just don't think we're going to see the significant growth that we've seen in the past few years. And so maybe subconsciously that's what I was trying to get across.
Other questions, concerns?
Mr. Chairman,
Right?
if I could just draw your attention to 2 of the other revenues.
Yeah.
So if you look at the 6th row down, it's the insurance. You'll see in 25, the difference between the House and the Senate was an increase of $23.7 million. That's a result of what it was actually collected in March.
He's on the long sheet.
On the long sheet. The long sheet.
Insurance.
And as a result of the increased premium tax that was collected in 25, they bumped up their estimates going into 26 and 27. And that's the 6 and the 5 million that you see in the out years. So just so you know that the Department of Insurance came in and said, we collected more than we anticipated in 25. So here's what it is. The Senate took that amount and they said in the future years, here's the other increases that we have over the number that we provided to the House. And again, that was the 6 and the 5 million. The only other one that I would draw your attention to is the other revenue in fiscal year 25. It's a $9.5 million increase. Most of that is due to the interest revenue that the treasurer is seeing. She came in with an adjustment on the interest revenue upward of 10 million, and then a decrease of 2 million in the abandoned property. And then overall, the Department of Administrative Services had a slight adjustment downward. So that's why you see the $9.5 million increase in 25. I think Lindsay hit all the important ones with DRA, and I think you have asked a number of questions of her related to those. I think the only other one would be the insurance, the lottery, where we have lottery here. If there's questions on those figures that you see in this document. But if you do look at their document, I just want to point out on the 3rd page, for fiscal year 26 and 27, the $193.5 million is the amount that the Lottery Commission originally gave to Senate Ways and Means. Then Senate Ways and Means, as part of looking at this number, again, looked at the
Chris, wait a minute. Where are you?
on the lottery document.
The lottery document. Okay.
Yep. just look at the last page on that. So that was the revenue estimate that was provided at Senate Ways and Means. Senate Ways and Means had already made some calculations based on the growth anticipated in 26 and 27 related to a couple of facilities that have opened up. And that's where you get the difference in the 193.5 to the 220, excuse me, 220.3. So there was and it was related to the historical horse racing machines. So there was it was a straight math exercise that was done by Senate Ways and Means to come up with that difference.
Where's the 220.3?
That's on the long sheet. So when you were looking at the long sheet, when you look at what the Senate Ways and Means revenues were for lottery, you had 225, which is what the Lottery Commission provided. And then they had 220.3 million in 26 and 27, which is higher than the amount that was provided by the Lottery Commission. And I just wanted to explain to the committee that that was done based on the Senate Ways and Means anticipation of the historical horse racing revenue that was going to come in 26 and 27. That the Lottery Commission, because some of those facilities weren't fully opened yet, hadn't put them in his revenue estimates.
Representative Ulrich.
Did the lottery take into consideration HB2, which is going to eliminate, it's going to facilitate the elimination of HHR and convert it to VLT?
So lottery did their due diligence, and that's why their estimate is at the 193. The Senate has a different opinion of what's going to happen with the HHR and as it relates to VLT if there's something that happens with that. So that's different. The VLT is a separate piece. It's not part of your base revenue. So they were just calculating the HHR as it is today.
Yeah, probably a follow-up for lottery. The information that we received thus far is that HHR is going to decline precipitously with VLTs being adopted.
I think that there was some differences with the Senate Ways and Means and how they came to their conclusions.
The thing we have to remember is we're working with current law. So
Right.
that while that's a concern or a possibility, it's not current law. Current law is we have HHR machines.
Yeah, but if I may, Mr. Chair, it seems almost as if the Senate decided that they're going to do what the Senate does.
Well, I think the Senate hasn't fully, they aren't completed with their budget process. So there may be some changes that occur when they finish their budget process, just as the House did the same thing, where you had your lottery estimates and then House Finance did some things with VLT revenue as a result of changing the law related to that. The Senate has to consider what the House put in and decide whether they want to make changes or not. As a result, there may be some adjustments. But right now, on the idea of current law, this is the estimates that the Senate Ways and Means has provided. And it's based off from the 193.5 number that was provided by Lottery Commission.
Representative, okay. Representative Southworth.
Thank you for taking my question. So I know it isn't done yet. Will the VLT then be in the surplus statement?
So that's, yes, it will be there. It's not in the House version because the House restricted all the lottery revenue to adequacy. So it is not showing up as in the surplus statement as it is right now. But when we do a surplus statement using the Senate's information, we'll provide some adjustment figures to show you what the House's plan was versus what the Senate decides to do.
Follow up. And then within the surplus statement too, there'll be the decision about what percent of the VLT goes to the state.
So that would be part of the House Bill 2 section.
Yeah.
So that would determine how much is going to go, what the tax rate would be and where the revenue would be deposited, just as the
basically
House
just
position did
A
that.
question mark there.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Decisions are still being made as we discuss it.
Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, and Chris, this may be a question for the lottery, but just so I'm clear, this sheet provided by the lottery, right? The last page of that
That's
lottery
correct.
sheet says 40 million for historic horse racing alone, and that's based on current law?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
Sorry.
the lottery estimate based on current law is 193.5. Now, in the long sheet, the Senate Ways and Means estimate is significantly higher.
Yep.
But they're still assuming current law.
They are. They included in their assumptions some facilities that are due to open up at the end of June, beginning of July. I don't know exactly when they're opening up. But when Lottery did their estimates, because those facilities aren't up and running, they didn't include it in their estimates because they don't know how they're going to do. What the Senate Ways and Means that is they said those facilities will introduce an additional, I think it was 500 machines. Based on the daily take for a year, they determined some additional revenue related to
So
that.
lottery doesn't know what they're going to do, but Senate Ways and Means does.
Lottery took a conservative approach because it hasn't opened up. Senate Ways and Means said, we believe because based on all the other places that are opening up and how well they're doing right now, we're going to take the risk and suggest that it's a higher number.
Okay.
Again,
Thank you.
Lottery was being conservative and came in with what they know as of today. They're looking behind saying this is how they're doing. We're not going to guess what's going to happen tomorrow with these new facilities. And if I'm incorrect, Jim will jump in and correct me.
Representative Elmy.
Thank you. Where are these two? Two? First you said one and then you said plural, so
Well, I think it's was it one facility that's opening up in June.
Cooley is the head. For the record, by the way, I'm Jim Duras, the CFO for the Lottery Commission. This is Cooley Arojo, who's the Chief Compliance Officer that oversees the gaming rooms.
Yes, and just to reiterate what was just said, the numbers on the lottery handout today reflect current operations under current law. So current facilities, current machines that are operating, not looking at future expansions, new rooms, or anything like that. So there is a proposed new room in Salem that's been in the press. It has not been licensed yet, but that is out there. That's correct.
so that one would be there by 26, beginning of 26, it looks like.
Assuming
July.
assuming it is found, it is ultimately licensed. Correct.
And it can go that fast.
That's what they're telling us so far.
Okay. So there's one in Salem. And there's not another.
Not another new room. Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I guess that one could raise a lot.
Anything else? Do you have anything else to present, Chris?
Only if you're done with lottery and you're done with the general fund education trust fund, the Senate Ways and Means did not change the estimates related to the highway fund or the fish and game fund. So they're identical to what the House Ways and Means presented, which would be found in the first document I handed out. It looks like this. You go to the last pages and it's in there.
So would it
The
be,
lottery question, are they coming back?
they can come back.
I thought he was gonna go and then lottery. Just a quick one. Sorry about that. I didn't quite
It's
understand.
like Hotel California over here.
There wasn't much change from 26 to 27. And I was just wondering, you think by then things are gonna flatten out, the big takeoff with the Nash, and then it's gonna kind of flatten again?
That would be my projection. I come up with these projections part, and we've had a lot of uncertainty too. If you look at, the rest of lottery, the traditional lottery, as I call it, we've seen, for the year, we're down 10% overall on traditional lottery sales and everything. Is that going to rebound? Is that not going to rebound? So, and I tend to be conservative anyway. So we're basing it on, yes, I would love to say we're going to have some major growth there, but would think, you know, there's a saturation point of, we're going to be hitting the total number of gaming rooms we have. And there's, not that there couldn't be more, but where they're going to go. I mean, they're pretty much getting to that point where we have full state coverage.
Follow up?
Oh,
So the kind of the word in the grapevine is that VLT is really going to take off, but it seems like you're not quite ready to project that.
It's not law yet, so I'm not putting any VLT numbers in here. Everything I'm learning about it is telling me that that's going to increase revenues over the HHR. Obviously, the HHR will go down, the VLT will go up, but that is not built into this in any way whatsoever.
And just to follow up with that too, any of the VLT estimates have been derived by the individuals who have presented those concepts. So in the House Finance, it was House Finance members that came up with the estimates based on getting some information from Lottery, but Lottery didn't suggest to them that it should be the X or Y. They said, do the math. Here's what it is per machine estimated, and this is what we believe would be the number of machines in the state.
That's helpful. Thank you.
any other lottery questions? Seeing none, thank you.
I don't have anything more unless you have questions of me or if you need DRA to come back up for anything.
I guess we should maybe just stick around a little bit longer. Maybe we should just talk about what our general thoughts are on what we've heard. And then that could prompt another question, but for now we're probably good. But so I just want to get like Susan or Representative Almy, I'm sorry. Let's just get a sense of where people think we are based on what we've heard. Or did you have a question? I'm sorry.
I did have a question.
Okay.
I think it's DRA. I know it's of DRA. That 40 million extra the next 2 years, what percentage growth is that?
For business.
It's actually 40 extra each year, so 80. It says 83 after it. Well, it says 40 plus 40 is 83. It doesn't. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, it does. Okay. So 40 the first year and 83 the second. 43 extra the second. I have trouble with glasses on. Glasses
So when the
off.
Senate did those estimates, they didn't do it based on a percent growth. They did it just on the actual numbers. And they looked at the ranges that were provided by DRA and discussed among the members on the committee where they felt the right number would be. So that's why I didn't provide the percent increase.
Just doing the math quickly on my phone.
Thank you.
It's 2.8% from 26 to 27.
2.8% for 27 from 26 and 26 relative to 25.
Or sorry, 25 to 26 is 2.8%.
Oh. And 26 to 27 is
7.7%.
7.7%. Wait a minute, does that work?
Well, I think the high range that the DRA provided was 8%. So the Senate feels that in 27, you're going to see kind of a slow growth. And then in the out year, you'll see things really take off. And
You
that's
mean
why they went
in
higher
26
27.
it'll be slow growth?
They think you're going to continue to see this right sizing at the start of 26, fiscal year 26. And as we move through the rest of 26 into 27, fiscal year 27, they think the economy's going to pick up and you're going to see some
But-
additional business revenue come in.
But 27, we're talking about business taxes.
Yes.
26 is based on what's happening now.
Right, and that's why they took a little
And
slower.
in the businesses.
Yes.
Well, not necessarily. I said that the largest portion of our business tax revenue is in the form of estimates, and those reflect current operations.
Okay, yeah.
So I think it's safe to say that the Senate is Senate Ways and Means is predicting from 26 to 27 a substantial growth.
Optimism, yes.
Okay. All right, so any thoughts in general from the committee? I mean, my thought is I don't think we're going to have any huge, there's not a huge surprise here. But in general, what are people thinking in terms of, do we need to adjust our rates? If so, how much? Are we happy with where we were before? Representative Southworth.
Thank you. Reading it over from before, I would be comfortable with still adjusting the lottery up a little more. We already did somewhat.
Yeah.
And we have even more information now. So I think actually I would be comfortable with adding another 10 to lottery. I mean, I know we already did midterm, but still, I think we are swinging a little low there. It's hard for me to think there's going to be a big jump in 2027 for the business taxes, at least right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Other thoughts? Representative Opal?
I would agree on the business taxes. I would agree. I think unless someone is got a crystal ball about what the presidential administration's policies are going to be regarding tariffs, whether these deals are going to happen or not. And even now, at least my understanding is what I've been reading lately is that the Fed, as opposed to looking to lower rates, may actually be looking now to increase rates, depending on how the economy looks. And I think just given the general uncertainty, I think trying to predict what's happening in 26 or 27 beyond what we've done would be a risk that at least I, for one, wouldn't be willing to take.
Representative Orrs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my outlook is a little different in that I remember Representative Schamberg thought, income should be lower. I thought it should be higher. I still think it should be higher. I think we're going to see the business profits tax, et cetera, increase between now and 27. I'm very bullish on where I think the economy is going. I look at the Trump tariffs, if you want to call them that, and we saw what he did with China. Trump's a New Yorker, and having lived and worked in a New York city, you have to understand the mindset. And the mindset is that, he'd rather, slap you in the head and get your attention than to be nice to you all the time. And that's just what he's done with China. I mean, you look at what he's done with China. He's just about crushing their economy. We see the protests in the streets. The factory workers speaking out against the government. I mean, this is almost unheard of unless you're talking about Tiananmen Square or something like that. And then suddenly Trump backs off from 145, 47% tariffs on China, and now somewhere at 30%. The market goes up. The Chinese are talking, and for a guy that likes to tweak people, he's very positive. You see the way he handles people in the Middle East, very positive. And I think we're going to see from all this, we're going to see continued growth in the stock market, just like we saw, as Lindsay was saying, back in April, we saw this dive. But once he gets people's heads shaped, he tends to move forward quickly. He doesn't linger. He doesn't look for, I got to count the bruises I gave out. He's very positive. And I think we're going to see this huge uptick in both the stock market and our economy. I was just doing a quick check online. I think Lindsay touched on it, was that the inflation rate, the outlook for the next couple of years is flat, potentially going down as low as 2%. So I'm very bullish on America. I'm very bullish on the economy. We know that across the globe, interest rates are down, rates are down. Jerome Powell ought to be fired immediately or squeezed out. I mean, this guy needs to go as far as I'm concerned.
Where do you see New Hampshire revenues going? 26,
Well, I think
27?
right. Well, that's what I was saying. As the country moves, I believe New Hampshire's going to go with it. And I think two of our biggest detriments, of course, are housing, and we have such a low unemployment rate. But the other side of the housing crisis, if people want to be in housing, there's plenty of housing available. It's just not single family homes. So I think New Hampshire is going to ride this wave, these coattails, and we're going to see New Hampshire boom. And the other thing, we should have got some lottery numbers before they left. But.
Yeah.
Representative Spar.
I like our position on the conservative side. I saw what Moody's did this past week, downgrading the U.S. debt, and that's troubling, very troubling to me. I do not have as much of an optimistic view of the near future with regard to growth as Representative Orr, as I think we are trending potentially towards a recession, and I do think the more conservative figures we have is safer for the state.
Would you agree with Representative Southworth that our lottery numbers potentially could go up a little bit?
No, that I would agree with. I think those numbers that Charlie had given us are pretty good. Yeah, I think that's fair. But I am concerned with the business profits.
Okay. Representative coming around the room, Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a native New Yorker. One of the things that is of deep concern to me is that playing, let me try this and let me try that and see what sticks to the wall is not a good way to run things. And every time there's a change in policy, the stock market kind of goes, what in the world is happening here? So I have significantly less confidence that the president's policies are going to do us well. I agree that I'm very concerned about Moody's drop in our bond rating is going to do us well. And we still have, one of the other things that I noticed was that there was a Fortune online rating of the top 10 states in the country, and New Hampshire was among them, except for the fact that it was 37th in terms of fiscal stability. So I am significantly less positive about what's happening here and would go with the conservative end of estimates and go along with Representative Southworth's suggestion about the lottery.
Representative Elmy.
Yeah, in 2007, when I started as chair of Ways and Means at the end of the year, there was a recession coming. Very few people knew about it, and I learned the hard way after we did our good first budget, that if you have too much money in your budget, when a recession hits, that people have to pay twice as much the second year or lose twice as much the second year because you didn't allow for it in the first year, as they would have if you'd estimated a little lower. But I guess I'm okay with the business taxes in 26, but 27, just seems like asking for a crash. And
Can I just clarify? What do you mean by you're okay with
well,
what? The Senate?
with it's not.
Or are you talking about our estimate?
No, I'm talking about their estimate over ours.
Okay. So they're at 1.1 billion.
Yeah. And it really depends partly on what Trump means by we're only doing this for 90 days. We haven't yet gotten to the end of the 90 days on anything to learn what that means. So that worries me. And I'm also, I would have liked, I only thought of this after the lottery left, unfortunately, but we're talking about 25 million more for the facility in Salem, and I don't know if that's reasonable or not. I don't know what the others have been getting per casino. We've never gotten that data. I would like to have it for my casino to see what they're actually achieving by being right next to the poverty group.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, does our poverty work?
Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I spoke with Charlie McIntyre shortly after the Nash Casino had opened, and for the first week or two, the place was mobbed. You couldn't find a parking space, and inside it was packed. But after the first couple of weeks, things slowed down a little bit. The novelty wore off, and we are hitting saturation as far as I can tell. It doesn't make sense to me to be looking at huge increases in lottery revenue. So I would, again, go with perhaps a small increase, but not a big one.
Representative Ohm.
Yeah, thanks. I'd like to comment on both the lottery issue and the business tax issue. On the lottery side, the factor that impresses me is that we're having new facilities open up that will bring in additional revenue. So while I think the NAS has done pretty well and may have plateaued, I think the fact that we have new facilities coming on board would justify the Senate's numbers of a $40 million kind of pop over what's might be predicted otherwise. So I'd be inclined to go with the Senate numbers of 220 in the out years based on the fact that we've got some stability at the NASP. We have new properties coming online. On the business taxes, I think there's been a lot of uncertainty with the hand grenades thrown out by the president, but I think those have exploded, and now we're coming down to more of a stable situation. And in general, businesses like stability. They may have good news or bad news, but they don't want uncertain news. And I think the uncertainty is kind of wound out of a lot of the stuff with the Chinese negotiations being settled to some extent, and other countries likely to come around. So I think the tariff situation is not as risky as it was back when we were doing our initial estimates, which makes me a little more optimistic on the business taxes. I don't see any factors that would bring a recession. Typically in a recession, you'll see some overheated markets, housing being inflated, stock markets being outrageous PEs, excuse me.
Housing is inflated according to her.
Housing prices are high, but the demand for housing remains high and supply remains low, and interest rates are at 7% right now for mortgages. And basically, if you think interest rates are going to come down to below 7 to maybe 5.5%, my data says that's going to cause another round of housing turnover as people get rid of the houses they don't want and get into houses they do want. And while the prices may not change that much, the turnover will take place, and that'll drive room and meals taxes. So I see some revenue on the upside for that. And on the business taxes, again, I think the uncertainty has been diminished over what it's been before. I was hearing estimates of a recession 50-50. Now it's down 40-60, 40% is likely, 60% unlikely recession. And that trend is, I think, important to me as the odds go down. So my bottom line is I would go with the Senate estimates on lottery. I would think a real estate transfer tax, please. I would think a real estate transfer tax is in line. And I would take the business taxes revenue up a bit. I would keep it the Senate number on 1,000,001 in 2026, but not as much in 2027, probably 1,000,015.
Okay.
1,000,015.
Yeah. Representative Tierney.
I agree with Representative Southworth as far as bringing up the lottery revenues, 10, maybe $15 million per year there, but not going up as high as the Senate's got it. And as far as the business ones go, I like the business taxes where we are right now, not what the Senate is projecting. I'm not quite as optimistic as Representative Orrs as to what the economy will do. And the way I look at it, what we're doing is basically saying, Finance Committee, here's how much money you can spend. And they're going to spend every single nickel and dime we put in there. So what's wrong with saying keeping them low, so spend low, and if you've got excess money at the end of the 2 years, hot diggity.
Okay. Anyone else we haven't heard from yet?
Representative Murphy over
there.
Representative Murphy.
All right, thank you, Chairman. So I agree. I think that, when you add supply, which is a new casino, you will have some bump up in revenue, even if, it is kind of close to Nashua, if we're talking about the Salem facility. So I would go with probably 5 million, not 10 million, but I do agree that that's an area for improving our revenue situation. I think interest rates are going to stay flat or go down because there's a lot of it is tied to the labor market and also inflation, and both of those are looking pretty good at the moment, and I expect those two numbers to continue to improve. I think that deregulation and accelerating depreciation and the tax reforms that the federal government is doing is going to put a lot of profit back in the balance sheets and income statements of the corporation. So I think we're going to see a benefit from that. But I agree with the members who feel that we should stay conservative on our business revenue front because there's just too many other uncertainties with regard to federal policy that could, change the outlook for these companies. And I think that when you had mentioned, Representative Elberg, about the financial stability rating, I think some of that it has to do with the fact that they regard us as being overly reliant on tourism and property taxes for our revenue. So anything that we can do as a state legislature to reduce our dependency on those two revenue sources is going to be perceived as a good thing. But I don't see the state as being in financial trouble or even close to that, the way it's being run. So I would just increase the lottery, probably go with the current business tax forecast, and and again, like I'm more optimistic on the economy than I think some of you.
Okay. Again, I'm trying to hit who hasn't talked first, and I'll get back to you. Representative Malloy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, I didn't see. I'm trying to come this way. Representative Opal. I didn't.
I don't think Representative Malloy has spoken yet.
Okay. Representative Malloy.
Thank you. It doesn't make any difference, really. Everything's pretty much been said here. That there's a statement, though, that Ms. Stepp said that as more certainty gets into the minds of businesses and if policies, I guess, at the federal level work as intended, there may be more growth. I don't know if that's your word or mine. I put the word may in there. I would, so in my view, I would stay with what we did as our committee with business profits revenues. However, when you mentioned that the March estimated tax payments were 5% above last March, and the April tax payments were 12% below the previous year. That really gave me pause. Do you have any, if I may, do you have any context, if you've ever seen this before? Do you know what that could mean? I mean, I know this is 1 month, and that's, I understand that, but I'd like a little bit more input from you on that number, if you would, please. Thank you.
So I'm just looking back to see if we've seen something like that in the past at all. And I haven't seen that increase in a March and a decrease in April. And so that's where my mind just went to. I think Liberation Day with the broad-based high tariffs was announced the very beginning of April, first few days of April. And so that's where my mind went, as a significant change in how businesses were feeling between those that made estimated payments in March and those that made estimated payments in April.
May I
Follow up?
if would you describe this in right now as a one-off?
It does, and I think I said this in the Senate. Absent revenue estimating during the pandemic, which was its own ball of fun, I've been doing this in revenue estimating at the Department of Revenue in one way, shape, or another since 2010. And this is the hardest revenue estimating situation that I feel like we've been in since that time. I will say that increase in estimates, a little bit more context, an increase in estimates of 5% in March was the only increase in estimates that we've seen for any given month compared to a month in the prior year for the entire fiscal year. The best we had done prior to that was in August. We were flat compared to the prior year. So March was kind of that bright light that I was thinking, okay, we might be at that inflection point. This resizing is happening and we're there. And then April came in below. So all eyes on June, unfortunately.
I just to kind of go back a little bit to when I first talked about, the estimates in April and what happened to them. It's very interesting because April, as you pointed out, is the start of a new year for estimating. And so the fact that March was so strong, I mean, here's another way of looking at it. The fact that March was so strong could have been businesses were extremely optimistic about what's coming. And then the talk about the tariffs scared them. They pulled back. But it also means that if that whole thing gets solved or moderated, we could potentially see a huge change in growth. So it's that there's still a huge uncertainty around all that. Although I do believe, like what Trump is doing or not, he's also not stupid. So I think if he started seeing things going a little bit south, he started moderating things, I think there's a good chance that things could turn around. Let's not forget, fiscal year 26 that we're looking at here starts, July 1st?
Yes.
So that's very close. So for 26, the first part of 26, probably not a whole lot's going to change. But, 6 months from now or into 27, depending on how these things go, we could see a huge change one way or another. It could be very positive, or it could keep limping along. I'm not sure it's going to be, this is just my take, not sure it's going to be terribly negative. I think worst case 27 is, 2 or 3% growth, but there's a good possibility that 27 could be extremely strong as well. Anyways, I'll continue coming around. Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to try and stay away from the political commentary about what I think of the president or other administration officials. And in fact, there are as Representative Tierney pointed out, a number of people, including members of my own caucus, who would like to see us increase the revenue estimates precisely for the reason that he's talking about in terms of coming up with final spending figures. But I do think it's important to focus on facts and evidence. As all of the financial commercials say, past performance is no indication of future results. However, I think it's fairly safe to say that based certainly on the last few months and based on interviews that I've heard with a whole range of people, including just today, farmers in Washington state who were Trump supporters, I think uncertainty is likely to be something that is not so easily dismissed, that it's awfully hard at this moment in time to rely on a projection 6 months or a year or more down the road. I do think with regard to interest rates, one of the things that we know for a fact is with Moody's having recently become the third rating agency to downgrade U.S. debt, that will have a negative impact on the interest rates that the U.S. has to pay in order to borrow more money. We also know, whatever our position on the bill, there are economists out there, and I believe a majority of the economists, who say that the current proposals before Congress are going to add to the deficit. It's not debt reduction. And so we're going to need to continue to borrow at the federal level. And apparently, based on current debt ratings, we're going to actually pay more for that debt. And with mortgage rates and other loan rates based on those kinds of decisions, that means mortgage rates are going to go up. That means other borrowing for business is going to go up. And that is all going to have a slowing impact on the economy and businesses willing to certainly their reluctance to expand and to grow. I believe all of those are facts based on previous performance. And so under those circumstances, again, I'll just reinforce, I'm comfortable with what we said in February at this point. As far as lottery goes, I didn't get a chance to address that. I'd be comfortable with Representative Southworth's comments and raising the lottery revenue. But on business, I think we're good where we are. I'm good where we are. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Ulrich.
Thank you. When we started this, I estimated the second quarter would be a period of growth, but it appears as though the Fed is going to maintain the interest rates around 7.5 in their June meeting. We won't know until the middle of June as to whether or not there's going to be an increase in the prime rate. That aside, New Hampshire is faced with a couple of issues that we have direct influence over, one of which is the housing market pricing and availability for workforce housing. We have several bills that are coming up. We can deal with those. But if those are dealt with in a timely fashion, come the third quarter or fourth quarter of this year, and some of these things begin to click in, and if the fair trade agreements, such as the one with the UK recently, have been established, including the cross-border with Northern Ireland and Ireland to circumvent restrictions from the EU. If those things go into play, I don't see tariffs as having any great impact on on New Hampshire's economy. But we do need the housing to be addressed. We do need to have some address taking place with the interest rates in New Hampshire, which is, I think the average now is what, 4.6 or somewhere in there roughly, whereas nationwide it's 3.2. So we have some control over that. We have some control over the energy costs by either taxing the industry that's generating electricity or not taxing it. We took a step forward on that with the energy generators, but that doesn't take effect for another couple of years. So because of some external factors, I don't think that we need to raise the revenue estimates from businesses as some of my colleagues have suggested. Regarding the gaming, well, watch the golden coin, see where the golden coin is. That's a shell game. It could go up, it could go down, and who really cares? Keep it where it is right now. If it goes up, yay. If it doesn't, who cares? We have what we have coming in, and we keep it there. The Senate budget estimates are designed to achieve a particular goal. And I think ours, in our house, are more nonpartisan or bipartisan, there seems to be some agreement across the line on what needs to take place. And I'm not sure that is present in the Senate. And knowing some of the personalities involved in the Senate side, I think there was some exuberance being displayed in their revenue estimates. Let's stay with ours.
All right, who else hasn't given yes, Representative Breyer.
I actually think the Senate numbers are a little too rosy. I agree with that. We can probably increase the lottery numbers. I think we can increase the revenue a little, but not to the level that the Senate's saying. I think there's a little room to increase the lottery. I'd rather use the estimates that we got from the agency gave the Senate. But as far as like the other taxes, I think there's a little room to go up a little bit, but not as high as the Senate.
Okay. Representative Cole, any thoughts? Further thoughts, I should say. I'm sure you have thoughts.
Yeah, but they're
Representative Sodi.
Yeah, while I agree with Representative Orr's just positive thoughts, I don't like to count my chickens before they hatch, so we don't know how it's going to play out yet.
Okay.
So I like things the way we've done it so far.
Okay. Anybody else? Did you speak?
I didn't speak. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I didn't speak because actually Representative Opal scared the crap out of me. So I'm only kidding. Obviously, it's horribly hard to predict, and I'm basically, especially now, but all I'm worried about is my retirement budgets and my stocks, and it's just like a roller coaster now. So I would agree that bumping up, at least the
lottery.
The lottery is probably the safest way to go, and and being a nonprofit and getting some revenue from the lottery, from the casinos, I very much hope so.
Okay.
But
thank you.
Thank you.
You already spoke. Yeah.
So
Did
I like to jump
Did
back
I?
in.
Yeah.
please.
Wait a minute. Did I miss anybody?
Well, I didn't really finish. So, being that I was taking a play out of Dick Ames's playbook from last year, which some of you were here and some of you weren't, I would actually go along with Lickety Dickety Rep over there, and that although I'm very bullish on the economy and where this is all going, I don't think we should raise the revenues at all. That was the card I was waiting to play. I think that this little bit of bump in the lottery, as Jordan was saying, is like, yeah, maybe, maybe not. And what we saw, what Lindsay is showing us, I don't really see it. I mean, I'm definitely bullish on the economy, and I think where this thing's going to go, but not right away. And I don't think we should raise it all. I think I think Tom said it. I think we should stay with our original numbers, ignore this little bump in the lottery, and stay as conservative as we can. When I had my .com, they used to refer to me as Tyrannosaurus Rex because I had these short arms and I couldn't get them in my pocket to spend money. So that's what I'm saying. I think we should keep our revenue estimates as low as possible. And I hope I'm right about the economy and it goes boom and we all look good and we have more later than we thought we were going to have. Now, aren't you all surprised? Thank you very much.
You'll pay.
Yes, that oh, happy birthday.
I'll do my part too, if that's okay.
Sure.
Oh, no, oh, no.
So I wasn't sure how you want to word this. Would you like a straw vote or motion about adding 10 million a year to lottery? Does seem like a lot of people agree with that. And that really is factual new figures that we have. It's not speculation,
Well,
but it's up to you.
thank you for mentioning that. That was actually going to be my last and final kind of question here to wrap this up. Is the general consensus is we want to basically stay with what we've got, because things look pretty uncertain. It could be positive upside, but things are uncertain, or there could be negative downside, I guess. And I don't think I don't think there's enough change noted here that we're going to put out another House resolution. But what I'd like to do is just kind of get the consensus similar to what you just said, where I'm also, as everyone spoke, it sounds like everyone is saying maybe 10 million more in lottery. Is that over if that's over 2 years, it's 20 million total.
Right.
That's what you're thinking. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. No, it's okay. It's not enough to say we're going to do another House resolution. That's my point. But the consensus seems to be maybe we could raise the total by 20 million. Nothing significant, but just slight movement. So I guess we'll take a straw poll. Or is there something else that people are? I mean, in general, that's kind of what my takeaway is. Representative Elmy.
We had two things that were brought in. We had two things that were brought in, which is not a lot of money, but by insurance, which was forecasting it out to 27. And I think appropriately, if you look at the Senate Ways and Means estimate, which they said insurance brought on it, what they feel that they're getting 174 million this year, because of the way the Senate restructured the insurance system 15 years ago or so.
Yeah.
On the second year after you get an up in the insurance, you get a down in the insurance. And that's what they went down 9 million, and then they came back 3 in 27. That sounds to me fairly likely,
Yeah,
given
that's-
their
yeah.
174 that they now know they have. And
So are you saying you want to up our insurance estimate?
use the Senate insurance numbers, because those were the insurance numbers from the insurance department, which I don't
So-
always agree with, but it seems
Well,
to.
if we did use
fit.
those numbers, then you're talking about 20, well, I don't know, do we include the 23.7? That's fiscal year 25.
Yeah,
I guess you do, right? That's extra money. So basically, if you go across that line, it's 23.7 plus 6 plus 5.
right. Well,
So you're looking at an extra 34
and where you
million.
end up with basically is just an extra 9.5, as I'm counting, I think, and then 6 million the year after and 5 million the year after that.
Well, actually, that's a good question. Should we be let's say we decide to count it, FY 25, 23.7 million. That wasn't accounted for. correct?
It was not part of the official plan. It's money that has come in the door. So whether you
Yeah.
decide to up your revenue estimate or not, it's already being accounted for.
Right, so it's 26 and 27 that are,
So
The,
it's
the
11.
plan was 143 million in 25. They've collected 174. I believe they're going to end fiscal year 25 with 174 million. So that's the,
We
Yeah.
would not add that to our
we
estimate.
would not add that one in, but I was using it to,
I mean, you could
to
add it.
you
because
could, you,
explain-
you
it's
can,
money
you
that
can
wasn't
agree that
allocated.
you're going to take the higher estimate and that would be consistent with past practice. You would take your 25 estimates and you'd adjust them to what you think they're going to end at.
All right, so.
But Mr.
take it-
Chairman,
no, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Yeah,
are we ignoring the Senate position regarding meals and rentals? Because the increase in the insurance for 26 is completely offset by the decrease that the Senate believes is going to happen in rooms and rentals. And if I'm correct, I think DRA is supporting that. And then, in fact, I guess what I'm
Good
saying
point.
is I'm a little reluctant to start fiddling with numbers off of what we did,
Yeah.
given the fact that I think whatever we gain from insurance, we're going to lose more
yeah, good
in
point.
rooms and meals if we adopt one Senate position but not another one. I'm okay with. I think I'm okay with
Unless
lottery
we-
now,
unless
but-
we
Unless we
think-
just leave everything alone.
Yeah,
Mr.
well,
Chair,
which I'm inclined to do at this point.
It
Mr.
seems
Chair?
like the only thing we have agreement on is the lottery piece. Yeah. Well, let's do a straw poll. This, just, so we talked about 10 million more in lottery for 26 and another 10 million in 27 for a total of 20 million. So how many people feel like, and again, we're not going to the House floor, but we also just want to kind of see where we are as a committee. So, okay, I don't have anything else.
Could I just make a
Yeah,
quick comment? And I think the purpose of today, typically, as it has been in the past, is to provide House Ways and Means with what the Senate Ways and Means has done. As you start to think about a potential committee, a conference that might occur and where the House would be situated with revenues in terms of what the Senate Ways and Means would provide for revenues. So I think it's good you're having discussion, but I think it's appropriate that you probably don't do anything with a resolution at this time. And that when you are ready to go to committee, a conference, you have an idea of what you may be comfortable doing or not doing based on what your committee's suggesting.
right. Yes, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I just want to confirm that we are supporting keeping the business tax estimates that we had rather than the Senate.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Unless we decide to change them without telling you.
Okay.
That would be irrational.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Chris, for coming in.
Can we meet again next Tuesday?
So, yes, I am planning on scheduling a meeting for next Tuesday. And right now, I'm pretty sure the only two things that are going to be on the agenda are, it's going to be an executive session of SB 83, SB 249. And actually, that's it. We did SB 110 a couple of hours ago. So it's those two, no, we did, well, we just did SB 110. So we'll have an exec session. So I would anticipate that we'll probably just meet in the morning of Tuesday, the 27th, and exec those two bills.
Or not.
No, we have to exec them.
Yeah. Well, you could retain.
Well, a retain is still an exec. Yeah. All right. Thank you.